Hello and welcome to NXTGEN Racing, the home of clean and fair sim racing for all. Hello, good evening and welcome ladies and gentlemen to another evening of fast and furious touring car racing action in the one and only NXTGEN Racing Touring Car Championship, or the NXTCC Season 8, as brought to you on the premier sim racing platform available only on PC known as iRacing and powered by Doble Motorcycles. Last time out we were in Canada at the Montreal Hybrid Road Street Circuit, but we have made our way today from Canada back to United Kingdom for our first ever visit to the one and only fastest circuit in the United Kingdom. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you guessed it. It is none other than Thruxton, a circuit that is very dear to many of you tuning in and very dear to all of our drivers up and down the grid, with many of them being big fans of what is British Touring Car Championship or Touring Car Racing UK, TCR UK, a circuit that is absolutely synonymous with touring car, there's no doubt about it, and arguably the ultimate driver's circuit in the United Kingdom, as it is a circuit that requires full commitment. With 12 corners and a very high average lap speed, it is a circuit where the sweeping corners contrast with a limited number of chicanes to create a circuit where it's all about running it to the absolute limit if you want to come away victorious, and there's nothing else that you can do other than fully commit from corner to corner. However, too much commitment and you may find yourself running wide onto the grass, and when you end out on the grass where it's a dry or wet day, it's very hard to recover. But who will find the way in order to stay clear of the grass and on the circuit and push it to the limit? Well, that's what we're here to find out today, as after today we've only got 2 rounds remaining, and really this is going to be setting the scene for our trip to our doubleheader in Australia. But as we welcome you all to this broadcast live from the circuit side, and hello to you all tuning in today for round number 8 of the championship. This broadcast is live, of course, on one of 3 media platforms for your viewing pleasure. Firstly, you could be tuning in via YouTube at youtube.com and search for NXTGEN Racing, and you'll be joining the likes of Phil McDougall and also Jihao Liu there. A good evening to you, gentlemen, and all of you tuning in via YouTube. Alternatively, you could be tuning in via Facebook at facebook.com/groups/NXTGEN Racing, and welcome to you guys and girls tuning in via Facebook, including Katie Eames and also Verano Esports, and I hope you guys and girls are doing well. And last but not least, we also have the broadcast available on Twitch at twitch.tv/TX141. And welcome to you guys and girls tuning in via Twitch. But who is TX141, I hear you ask? Well, allow me to introduce myself as your host and commentator for this season and bring you all your action tonight. My name is Paul Walsh, also known as TX141 or Brit in a Spit, depending on what media you follow me on. And well, what a round we had ahead of us. But getting ahead of us, of course, let's talk a little bit about our schedule for today. Times in Greenwich Mean Time, that's GMT, or Universal Coordinate Time, UTC. And as we can see, in just under 18 minutes time, we're going into our qualifying session of 15 minutes in duration, after which we'll be heading to the grid for our first of our 3 16-lap races. The first race due to get underway at what will be a 8:15 this evening, after which we'll be taking a brief breather before returning to the build-up to race number 2 at 9 o'clock this evening, and then we'll be rinsing and repeating the same, albeit with our reverse grid draw, which will set us up for our final race today for race number 3, and race number 3 is scheduled to get underway just after 9:45 this evening. So 3 races as per usual at a circuit which definitely is going to be one that's very raw and new to all of our drivers. Whether they've driven around it in real life, it'll be the first time they've seen it on the simulator, and therefore they'll all be getting themselves set. And with rain on the cards as well, and indeed many of you may be able to discern that in the background, it does mean right now it is going to be the fastest lap in the UK, which is definitely going to prove to be a tricky one given the wet conditions and knowing just how much grip is out there. But before we come into the specifics of today, let's give you a recap of the championship so far. And as we can see, we have made our way all the way down towards the bottom third. Last time out, it was the 21st of January at the circuit Charles Villeneuve, and our second visit to Canada was not without some surprises in it. Whether it be across all 3 races and all 3 classes, there were some absolutely brilliant drives, and there were also some surprises. But we are now here today on the 28th of January 2025 for the Thruxton circuit in the United Kingdom. After today, we'll be making our way to Australia for a double header, because on the 4th of February, we'll be heading to the Sandown International Motor Raceway, also known as what is the home of horsepower, and then after that on the 11th of February we'll be wrapping up proceedings at the Mount Panorama circuit, also known as the Bathurst circuit in reference to a local township, and that will be a feature special round. We'll be going back to the format that we saw in round number 5 at the Nürburgring Gesamtstrecke in Germany back on the 7th of January, and that's where we'll be crowning our champions across the drivers' classes and also in the team's championship. And so not many rounds left, and it does mean for many of our drivers now the looming threat of drop scores and also also difficult days are looming, and therefore there's not many points that our drivers can sacrifice at this point going forward. But speaking of our drivers and points that can be sacrificed, well, let's talk a little bit about the championship standings after what is 7 rounds. And we start off with the overall drivers' championship, and here we can see Mikey Doble still leads the way. He seems to have fixed himself to the top of the standings on 808 points, and that 4th title is beckoning. He is the only 3-time NXTCC champion. He's going for a 4th title, whereas Jamie Dory and Wojciech Swierdowicz both have 2 titles. Wojciech Swierdowicz not in the championship for this season, but you will see him on the grid once again today as a guest driver, and Jamie Dory, as you can see, they're further back in P4, but it is Mikey Doble's to control, albeit Cebula is keeping him honest every step of the way. And if it were not for perhaps that instant in race number 2 between Mikey, also what was Isaac, his brother, and Wayne Douglas, could we have seen the points gap be even larger? Well, that's a big what-if question, but the one thing we can say for certain is that Cebula is on the back foot on 781 points, and the 27-point difference is something he needs to overhaul. Meanwhile, in P3, we can see there Benjamin McCluskey on 637 points. In the battle for 3rd, he's only ahead of teammate for next-gen pick Jamie Dory by 16 points, but the 2 teammates will turn rivals as the season goes on, and they'll be both fighting for the right to keep the top 2 honest and also fight for the final spot on the championship podium. Adam Delmont sits in P5, don't count him out, a further 5 afield, and then we do have a sizable gap, what is the best part of 23 points there to Andrew Pike, a driver who knows, when I caught up with him earlier today, he was saying to me, he needs to score big for the final 3 rounds. He cannot afford to drop any points. He wants 3rd place in the championship. He wants to finish inside the top 3 because that has been his target all season, but he needs a big score today in the Sim Racing Collective Honda, but will he be able to achieve it? William Guthrie sits P7 ahead of Dan Mould, and then we have Nick Clemens and Lee Horn completing a top 10. Best of SP11 is Isaac Doble ahead of Gavin Garner by 47 points, and then it's Stuart Winish, your leading prime driver in the overall championship on 414, 12 ahead of Ben Altrier. Alex Meredith completes the top 15 in a season that continues to frustrate him to a degree, although the results are starting to become a little bit more forthcoming. And then Ben Gregory sits in P16 ahead of Wayne Douglas, with the top 20 being completed by Sam Van Olst, Daniel Downing and Tom Davidson. Coming outside the top 20, P21, it's Reese Watt on 335 points, ahead of Russell Fowler there by the best part of 24, and then Kieran Smart, Joseph Doble and Matthew Sheraton complete your top 25, with Alan McCain in P26, only behind Sheraton based on result countback. There's Michael Lees, Lewis Delmont, Sam Smith and Sam Bradley completing the top 30, and the battle of the 2 Sams there continues to rage on, and there's been a number of instances this season we've definitely seen the 2 go toe-to-toe and for blow, and they've led to some brilliant race in the Prime class. Toby Prosser sits in P31 on 210 points, with these mixed conditions normally favour him in previous seasons, but we haven't quite seen that from Prosser this season so far. Could we see a bit more from him today? He's ahead of Duncan Rise, the Goldwyn Motorsport driver, who in turn is 20 points ahead of Andy Fox, the pro driver who's had the most frustrating and misfortunate season of everybody, in the fact for the last 4 rounds he's yet to complete a race without having a major incident on lap 1, turn 1, and he'll be hoping for a safer day today, albeit we say that every time, but we've got our fingers and toes crossed. Jake Pitt sits in P34 ahead of Jonathan Collins, and then we can see Marcel Fritsch, Matt Emmons, Jack Osborne, Gabriel Yilmaz and Eduardo Gonzaga complete your top 40, and a special shout out there in particular to Jonathan Collins, who is the leading AM driver by a single point over Marcel Fritsch in the overall standings, but you'll see the picture is very different when we come to the AM Drivers' Championship. And then coming outside the top 40 of the overall is James Manson Scout ahead of Mark Sykes, with Josh Brown, Lewis Mason and Daniel Fritz completing the run to P45. Samuel Rivas sits P46 ahead of Sean Dubby, 3 points between the 2 of them. Then it's Craig Tiddleson, Luca Monroe and Dylan Hunter completing the top 50. And to wrap up the standings, it's Anthony Hilton, I should say, ahead of Kevin Smith, with Andy Chell, Mike Kurtler, Jonathan Berry, Gabriel Papaconstantou, Gilberto Struck, Joshua Boot, Callum Murray and Shane Abbott in 60th place on 6 points. But that is the overall Drivers' Championship. Let's now come on to the Prime Drivers' Championship, and as we can see, it's a very different story here. When you factor all the results specifically for the Primes, Stuart Winus leads, but it is not a huge advantage. It is only 22 points over Ben Gregory. However, one thing has stayed consistent since he took the lead after knock-kill in round number 6, and that is Winus has not let go. And Gregory, Watt and Fowler are all chasing hard right now to try and dethrone the Scotsman. But is it too late? You would argue on paper it's a two-way fight for the championship, but do not count out Reece Watt nor Russell Fowler, given the fact that both drivers seem to have hit their stride in recent rounds. Reece Watt being Mr. Consistent, he's always in the background scoring points, whereas everyone else is in the spotlight. Meanwhile, Russell Fowler has started to come on strong. Sam Van Olst sits in P5. He's also an outsider here, the Goldwyn Motorsport driver who can't afford a bad result today if he wants to keep that title fight alive, head of Kieran Smart, a driver who's openly admitted the resources are going to his teammate Stuart in the hunt for the Prime Championship crown, but but they're still looking for a big result in the Teams Championship. Matthew Sheraton sits P7 ahead of Alan McCain by the best part there of 8 points, and it's Lewis Delman and Sam Smith completing that top 10. Michael St. Lee sits P11 for JWM Motorsport in a frustrated season, but he's got a comfortable advantage over Sam Bradley, who's had a middling season, but you could say he's the best of the middle pack so far in P12, with a good advantage there of 67 points over Duncan Rise, and it's Jake Pitt and James Masasgal complete the top 15. Meanwhile, in P16, it's Toby Prosser ahead of Matt Emmons, and then we do have Gilberto Struck, Jack Osborne, and Anthony Hilton completing your Pro-Am driver standings. But last but not least, we come to the Am class. And as we can see, in the AM class, it's Marcel Fritsch who leads with an advantage of 143 points. This is big because tonight, if things go the way of Marcel Fritsch, he won't wrap up the championship, but what it means is it will be a formality in Australia in a week's time at Sandown for him to become the AM champion for Season 8 and therefore add his name to the Hall of Fame. Gabriel Yilmaz will want to prove otherwise, as will Lewis Mason, as the two Aztec Racing drivers fight just as much over P2 as they do to chase down the Verado Academy driver. Jonathan Collins sits in P4 at 654, and he's ahead of Sammy Arriba by only the best part there of 15 points, and outside the top 5 it's Josh Brown ahead of Eduardo Gonzaga, with the two National Racing Team drivers both started strong this season but finding difficulties as the season has gone on, and they're still ahead of Mark Sykes by 13 points, with Sean Doby and Craig Tillerson in a brilliant battle for P9, only a point between the two. Andy Chell for Courtmaster Motorsport sits in P11 ahead of Dylan Hunter, and their battle is going to be legendary given the fact that Dylan Hunter really has been a revelation through the midpoint of the season, and then Kevin Smith sits the first 7 behind, when Jonathan Berry and Gabriel Papaconstanto complete in the top 15, and there's Mike Kurtler, I believe William Kurtler, in fact, in P16 ahead of Daniel Fritz to complete the AM Championship standings. But let's come to the Teams Championship last but not least, and here we can see, leading the way to try and make it what is 5 titles in a row is NXTGEN Ping on 1,703 points. They have a 501 point advantage. They can't wrap it up today, but if they score big today, it means in a week's time we could see them take that 5th crown with a round to spare. Doble Sim Racing, meanwhile, they find themselves in a precarious position. At one point, hunting down that title, now they find themselves being hunted for P2 with SO and NXTGEN Gold and Full Tilby Motorsport only between the 3 teams there, the best part of what is 141 points. That's a round's worth of points crammed into that space, and right now it could go any which way. The Sim Racing Collective find themselves doing dueling with iRacing Esports in P5 in the fact that they only have the best part of a 30 point advantage, and it'd be rude of us to exclude NXTGEN Orange Whiskey Runners or Goldwing Motorsport or Track Scotland. Indeed, all 5 of those teams, in fact all 6 of those teams when I do my mathematics correct, well, we can see they're all squabbling over that 5th place spot by the best part of what is 190 points between them. Aztec Racing sit in P10 on 541 points, but they're in a difficult situation, only what is 31 points ahead of JWM Motorsports, and then we do have Verano Esports ahead of their sister Academy team running P12, P13. National Racing Team are holding off Atomic Esport for the time being in the hunt for P14, and then Courtmaster Motorsport ahead of SJC Racing with 991 Racing in the fight for 16th. Mellow Motorsports just behind SJC Racing based on result countback. That's 888 Racing and 287 Motorsport with autofocused Motorsport Media completing the team's championship standings. But that's enough about the standings. Let's go on to our circuit for today. And of course, it is the Thruxton circuit, located near the village of Thruxton in the county of Hampshire in England and the United Kingdom. Well, as we can see, thanks to the absolutely brilliant circuit map provided to us by iRacing, and thank you to iRacing for their circuit maps that come part of the brilliant simulator bundle, it is a circuit situated on a former Royal Air Force base. This circuit runs around the perimeter of the original Royal Air Force base, and whilst it has gone through a number of revisions over the course of its existence since 1968, well, this 2.35 mile course is one that is absolutely packed to the brim with high speed racing action, because there's very little elevation change around this circuit, and that's what you'd expect for a circuit located on the former site of an airfield, given the fact they need to typically be flat in order to let planes land and take off. However, what will be taken off in turn, in the absence of elevation change, will be the fact that around here in a number of the corners, our drivers will be holding apex speeds in excess of 100 miles an hour, and with there being 12 corners and 2 chicanes and plenty of sweepers, with many of them being household names on a domestic level, whether it be Allards, alternatively Goodwood or Church, it is a circuit whereby mistakes can come very quickly and the battles can come incredibly close. But who will be coming out on top? That will be the question, and we will ride aboard in qualifying to give you an idea of just what it's like to do a full attack lap around Thruxton. And coming on to our rules then, well, a quick reminder, this is a fixed setup series with setups provided ahead of each and every race to our drivers. Driver classes were finalised as the conclusion of round 3, and in terms of how we set the grid, Race 1's grid will be set based on qualifying. The Race 2 grid shall be set based on results of Race 1, so we take the finishing positions of Race 1, and that's how we set the grid. So the winner starts on pole, and we work our way downwards. Meanwhile, the Race 3 grid is a partial reverse grid based on results of Race 2, and we draw the reversal position from the commentary booth, and it is somewhere between P13 and P23. It always keeps it fresh in race number 3, no doubt about it. Each driver has one fast repair available in each race, and each race shall conclude either after the allotted lap amount, which is what we expect to happen, or 30 minutes if we do see multiple instances of red flags and safety cars. Added on to this, race stewarding wise, we have an independent race director in effect stewarding the races for track limit infringements and the deployment of the safety car and a red flag if needed, and we can see the penalties on screen there for track limit infringements, ranging from a warning all the way through to a drive-through penalty on the 5th breach, and those drive-through penalties must be served within 3 laps, meaning a racing instance will be reviewed post-round. Add to this as well, we do have success ballast continuing to be in effect, and it is updated going into each and every round based on the championship standings, and also we will see going into each and every race, we update the success ballast iteratively from race number 1 into race 2, and then from race 2 into race number 3. And well, we have got some new drivers on the grid today, but they're going to be racing in the AM class, and we'll introduce them in due course. So I do believe they may be exempt of the newcomer success ballast for today, given they are in the AM class, but we'll have to double check on that. And you can see the success ballast values on screen there, and well, if you do want to take a quick screenshot of that, you're more than welcome to, ladies and gentlemen, but we're not going to dwell on it any longer because we're all here for the race in action, and therefore as we head back to circuit side, well, all the drivers get themselves comfortably set right now, making their way on around this wonderful, what is Thruxton circuit, and we look to Dan Mould there as he heads on around the corners and the course, and well, as he does so, the SL NXTGEN Gold number 62 looking absolutely in fine trim at this point in time as he gradually makes his way onwards there, and I do believe heading out of what will be Church and onwards towards Brooklands. But as he does, and well, ladies and gentlemen, I've just had it said in my ear from our race director that our newcomer for what is this round, and that's why we went quiet, just to hear what our race director had to say, Matthew Williams, is running the newcomer success ballast, and that'll be the 16.6 kilograms, and he will be in the AM class. So let's introduce him, and it is a Welshman here for Cymru Motorsport, and we look forward to seeing what he's going to be able to do in the 191, and I do believe they're racing in what will be the Audi RS3, and well, very eagerly looking forward to seeing what he can put on in the AM class in what should be some brilliant batting there, and an AM class that definitely has seen many a driver be right at the thick of it. And we do say hello to Archie J Sim Racing there in the YouTube chat, who's cheering on Matthew as he makes his way out of the pit lane there, and well, I think he knows he might be on camera, so therefore just gradually making his way out onto the circuit, and well, also trying to get a little bit more practice as he roars on through. But thank you to our race director for letting us know that he is running the 16.6 kilograms of what is newcomer success ballast, and that just means that any newcomers can't just run away with proceedings. They do have to deal with some weight, and it helps gauge exactly where they fit into the running order and whether they need to be promoted up class potentially later on in the championship campaign. But coming from our newcomer, let's come on to a driver who absolutely knows Thruxton like the back of his hand. Indeed, he's been an absolute weapon around here in previous BTCC seasons in the Vauxhall Astra from Powermax Racing. It's none other than Mikey Doble, your overall championship leader, and the Doble Sim Racing driver in the number 88 will be hoping today that his real life experience will bode well for him in that Audi RS3, albeit in quite a different machine, albeit still front engine, front wheel drive, but definitely a car with a lot of torque under the front end and no hybrid to talk about, and therefore he'll be looking to go all in here for victory, and knowing that victory will do very nicely, or at least a good set of results could put him on course for that 4th title in a week's time in Australia. But as he heads his way on around, we come from our leading pro driver to what is one of our AM drivers, a man who last time out in Montreal really had a difficult day, and that's none other than Callum Murray for the SL NXTGEN Gold team in number 899. And as I was catching up with his teammate Sam Bradley a couple of rounds ago, I never really got a chance to talk a little bit about Callum, in the fact that Callum has recently joined what is the SL NXTGEN Gold ranks, and well, Sam was informing me as to the fact that Callum has come to the team, and he's not just brought himself to the team, but he's also brought a significant amount of sponsorship to the SL NXTGEN Gold team. And what it does mean is that for the team, he's put a lot of money behind the team in order to assist them in terms of getting themselves a little bit further forward in terms of technology. So I do believe that some members of the team, as a result, have benefited from some new sim racing gear, and that's all thanks to Callum Murray, who does seem to be rather quick on the draw, not just with regards to the Honda Civic Type R, but also with the credit card, or at least that's what I've been told by his teammate Sam. And well, we wish Callum and all the team all the best luck today, and as he makes his way on around, we look forward to seeing what he's going to be able to do, because he had a bit of misfortune at Montreal, but he'd be hoping for less misfortune and much more magnificence here at Thruxton. But as he makes his way on through, we're going to bring up on what is the side of your screen there, on the left-hand side, the different tyre compounds that we're seeing drivers running. It does look as though, despite some rain we had earlier on in this practice session and prior to our drivers making their way onto the circuit today, we now do have a circuit that's dry enough for the slick tyre to become perhaps the optimum tyre if you can find that temperature in it, as we do see there what is Mikey Doble making his way around P3 on the wet compound. Meanwhile, Gavin Gardner set the fastest time, and Tom Davidson for the Sim Racing Collective has set the second fastest time, only was half a tenth off. And as he makes his way on around here, you'll notice the Sim Racing Collective are running some special liveries on their cars today. Indeed, a number of teams have decided to run special liveries, as this is what is the vintage or the historic BTCC livery round or touring car round, whereby drivers are encouraged and teams are encouraged to run what is tribute liveries to older touring car machines over the course of many a year of front engine front wheel drive racing or British Touring Car Championship racing. And I do believe the Sim Racing Collective are running a livery in tribute to what was Andrew Jordan's title winning PureTech Honda Civic. And well, Tom Davidson making his way on through there, definitely embodying that livery, and we look forward to seeing what they're going to be able to do. You can see the PureTech logo on the side there as Mikey Doble goes the fastest of everybody on the wet tyres. So this is going to be interesting, because if we don't see any rain in this qualifying session, surely the wet tyre will gradually give way to the dry tyre. But if we see a sprinkling of rain, we could be on the threshold. The dry could be the fastest, the wet could be the fastest. Well, the only way to find out who is going to be the fastest is to go into qualifying. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for qualifying here at Thruxton. So as qualifying gets underway, it's 15 minutes, it's go, go, go as quickly as they can, and all the drivers will be immediately piling the way out the pit lane, including none other than Wojciech Swierdych, the number 80 driver, who knows a good amount of the story with regards to getting out the pit lane as soon as possible to get a good lap on the board, albeit keep in mind, of course, with the fact that our drivers have fixed fuel tanks, they're not allowed to adjust the fuel tanks of these cars. Therefore, it does mean when you go out there on circuit, you want to stay out on circuit as long as possible, burn the fuel down, and you'll get your fastest laps towards the end of the session. And with a number of revisions to the tyre that we do run in this series over multiple seasons, we've also seen that the tyres normally do last for what is about 3 to 4 push laps before you do need to come in and put on a new set of tyres to get that optimum time right towards the end of the qualifying session. So what can we expect then here at Thruxton beyond the usual? Well, one thing about this Thruxton circuit is the fact that running behind another car, it will benefit you massively in the run, say, down the start-finish straight, all the way in towards Allards, and also coming out of Church, up through Brooklands, in towards the club chicane to complete lap. But it may not benefit you coming through the likes of Noble and then into what is there none other than Goodwood and through Village and down to Church, which you are seeing Swierdych do, and he's got a good number of cars behind him with that dirty air just to upset in the front end and causing some extra understeer to be invoked. So it's going to be interesting to see how many drivers opt to try and stick in the toe of one another versus trying to be a little bit temperamental with the toe they pick up of their rivals, and that in turn could lead to what will be some challenges for our drivers as they make their way over the qualifying session in picking up the slipstream at the right time. And we do know typically a lot of circuits the slipstream is worth somewhere in the region of 2 to 4 tenths a second. Sometimes it can be worth all the way up to a second, as we did see a car going very wide there in the rear of the pitch. That was Benjamin McCluskey taking a trip to the weeds, where he's managed to avoid the wall, and he's gradually made his way back across the car, the grass, cutting across the club chicane. And well, McCluskey there finding there's not enough grip immediately on the tyre as he makes his way around, but he's on that dry tyre. Most drivers going to the dry, only a couple there out on wet, and therefore it does seem as though the dry tyre at the moment is becoming the optimum tyre, and well, we'll have to wait and see whether anybody can bring some surprises on the wet tyre, but I suspect we'll see a few drivers dive into the pit shortly if they are on the wet. But as the drivers make their way on around, we do say hello there to a few more of you in the YouTube chat, including Andy Chell, who said hello from a wet pit lane, but I do believe Andy is now out of the circuit, and if he's not out of the circuit, well, in fact, there he is in the Quartermass Motorsport Audi RS3, and I do believe he has a good number of his teammates tuning in today from Quartermass Motorsport, including none other than Mike Barber. Shout out to Mike, a really nice guy as well. He's raced, I do believe, in the official NXTGEN Racing GT3 series and was an absolute tour de force in that, and we'd love to see him on the grid in the TCR NXTCC series at some point in the future. Mike, if you're hearing this, we do hope to see you on the grid sometime soon, because at the end of the day, we'd love to see what you can do when it's front engine front wheel drive as well as front engine rear wheel drive. But as we do see Chell making his way on around, a driver who's had some mixed fortunes in most recent rounds, Montreal was not too forthcoming, in fact incurred a bit of the wrath of the stewards over the course of what's the racing, albeit I think in the end was able to get away with a bit of it, and I think a lot of investigations had to happen with a number of incidents. That's not to point the finger at Andy, but I definitely do recall that he might have got called into the stewards room to talk about a few incidents with some other drivers, and as he makes his way on around, we look forward to seeing what he's going to be doing, much like his teammate in the AM class of Sammy Ariba, and Sammy by comparison picking up some brilliant results last time at Montreal, and we had the pleasure of catching up with him in a post-round interview and really talking about the fact that things are moving forward as the season goes forward, and down the team camp everything is looking upwards each and every week, and they're always learning. But as he makes his way on down there through Village and in towards Church, we're on his way through. We are starting to get those initial lap times coming in, as we also say hello there to Welsh Boy 2012, also to Sean Dobe, and currently on the motorway, I think travelling and therefore not able to race, but we're very happy to hear from you there, the driver from ATX Racing, who we normally see in the AM class, who really has learned a lot over the course of this season. In his first season in the NXTCC, we also say hello to Mark Wyness, who I believe will be tuning in on the behalf, and if I remember correctly, I do believe he is the brother of Stuart, who we are looking at now, and Stuart currently the fastest of our prime drivers there after what is one lap on the board as he makes way on for us. We also say hello to Christina Hunter, who's cheering on Dylan Hunter in the YouTube chat, and I get the feeling there might be a family connection in there. Christina, you're more than welcome to elaborate if you'd like to, but if not, we completely understand as well, but happy to have you tuned in all the same as our drivers continue to put the laps in here, and well, as they do that circuit, we're getting drier and drier, but it's not drying too rapidly, and well, the reason for that is we do look to the weather on the right hand side of your screen. You'll notice there, track temperature currently, what is 16 degrees centigrade, ambient 19 degrees centigrade. We do not have a warm ambient temperature condition, and what that means is, whilst the drivers will be gradually putting a lot of heat into their tyres onto this circuit, it's not going to be drying up immediately, even though we have a little bit of distant sunshine, but we've got a lot of cloud as well, so therefore this water will very gradually dry up, and that means that everyone will want to be out on circuit all the way to the very end of the session to get the best possible lap times. As we saw a little bit of a two-wide moment there between Wyness and also as Andrew Pike into club, and with the two drivers in the end avoiding tripping over each other's toes, but that could have been far, far worse if they hadn't had the visibility of each other, and what it seems to have worked out in the end, as we also say hello to Mark Kent there in the YouTube chat. Driver had to withdraw earlier in the season, but always tuning in, week out to cheer on his Full Tilt Motorsport teammates. And well, speaking of the Full Tilt Motorsport drivers, well, thankfully he was having some technical issues in the build-up to today, but they've been able to get the Veloster of William Guthrie out on the grid, and well, I do believe those technical issues being a result of Storm Eowyn, which was affecting Northern Ireland, and well, the Irishman in the end able to make his way out of the circuit. We're very happy to see him here, and well, we look forward to seeing what the number 36 driver is going to be able to do as he roars his way around through Goodwood and down through Village and Church, very shortly coming down towards Church in fact, and well, that long right-hander here, which I can tell you, having driven around this circuit on a track day, not under race conditions, I promise you, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very far away from that, but if you will humour me for a second, is a corner which is absolutely incredible to go around. We're at the helm of a vehicle, alternatively a passenger. The speed you pick up on that descent, and well, I think without further ado, we may have the opportunity to ride on board with other drivers as they take us around for a flying lap of the circuit. And in fact, we're going to jump on board our championship leader, Mikey Doble, as he takes us around for a lap of Thruxton. So first into Allards he goes at 105 miles an hour, clearing the right-hander and now bringing the car gently through the left-hand curvature to break his way shortly into turn number 2. Coming down on to the anchors there and down to his third gear, through at the right into left, and as he comes out of club corner and now going into, well, not club corner in fact, getting our names on there, but coming out of turn number 4 and roaring his way there out of Seagrave from Campbell and Cobb initially, he'll now make his way all the way in towards Noble at turn number 5, and here completely blind apex, so you make your way in. You see the entry curve there, but that's not where the apex is, it's much later, but Doble hooking up nicely and nice and tight to the inside now as he makes way into Goodwood corner at turn number 6, and as he comes through the long right-hander, now lets the car gradually drift out wide as he continues to apply a little bit of steering lock here, going down through Village, and then it will be into Church corner shortly with a car in front of him. Well, a bit of spray is going to unsight as he makes way through, taking plenty of apex curve, plenty of speed for Doble, and now, well, with that slingshot slipstream as well, the car's part of the seas around him. Doble up to 131 miles an hour and still rising here as he makes his way out through Brooklands and in towards club. Onto the brakes he goes, braking it in the middle of the road to let the car naturally understeer out to open up the chicane, and it's right, left, right here as he completes turns 11 and 12. And for Mikey Doble, well, minus negotiating some traffic, that was definitely a full commitment lap, and he was P3 going on to that lap. He has improved. It's not enough to move him up the order, but to a 121.291. And keeping in mind he's got 56 kilograms of success, but that's that Audi RS3. So you putting it up there in P3 right now is testament to his ability. As meanwhile, the fastest driver out there, he is your Prime Championship leader and provisional Prime pole sitter and overall pole sitter, Stuart Wyniss, who, despite the fact he's got quite a bit of success, but that's in the back of that Elantra. Well, right now it's not holding him back. He is still on pole by the best part of what is 11 thousandths over Wojciech Swierdajczyk as he makes his way out of Seagrave and onwards towards Noble. As he comes up through the right and into left hand, and now a little bit of traffic to negotiate, so this could therefore stump him to a degree. As meanwhile we see Kieran Smart running wide, and onto the grass goes the other Track Scotland car. We're not going to quite see the journey of where that ends up, or in fact we will, and in fact it's going to take the escape road there, or the escape grass I should say, running over one of the old runways, which I do believe is still in commercial use every so often. You normally see what is private commercial flights taking off of what will be that section of the runway, albeit not when a race is on, I should point out, but I do believe the Thruxton airfield is still used for private flights and also small commercial enterprises. But as we do see Kieran Smart making his way out of turn number 8, will bring himself back up to speed, but no, that's not where he wants to be at all, and he wants to be building up a lot more momentum. But as he roars his way onwards and up towards what will be turns 10, 11 and 12, we do look to the AM class, and currently the man who spent a lot of time marshalling here at Thruxton, in reality, Mark Sykes, he's currently your AM provisional pole sitter in P23 on what is a 123.11 to the nearest hundredth, and I can tell you he does spend a lot of time marshalling here, one of his local circuits in the United Kingdom. But he's got Eduardo Gonzaga, who is only the best part of what is 1.3 seconds off at the moment, and those 1.3 seconds could be found quite quickly, albeit the National Racing Team driver finding that pace which he had earlier on in the season, and where it's good to see him, he's seemingly finding that pace now after it's eluded him for some time, as he now makes his way in towards what will be at Church as gradually as can be, albeit coming all the way through Goodwood and Village first as he makes his way on around. But more drivers yet to get laps in, including Callum Murray, as he heads out of Allards and in towards what will be none other than Campbell. And as he comes down to the brakes here, the Honda Civic Type R, a car that's known best for its braking potential and its cornering potential, struggling at higher speeds, but the one equalising factor here is the wet weather for a point, and therefore the Honda drivers will feel as though if the water stays on the circuit, it will definitely aid them as he heads out of Seagrave and in towards Noble. And one driver who was telling me all about that in the build-up to today was none other than what was Andrew Pite. And when we do look to the... Oh, goodness me, what on earth has happened there to Andrew Pite? The car points in the wrong direction, and I believe he might have had a tap round there. I don't think we get a replay as he immediately makes it out the pit lane. But that's going to be a car now laden with its starting fuel, so he goes back up to the full fuel amount that he started his qualifying session with. Fresh set of tyres, however, that will be the flip side of the coin. But you're saying to me that the one key theme beyond chasing down P3 in the championship was the idea that he wanted rain to come here because he felt as though that would equalise the field in terms of the machinery, because otherwise on paper it is expected by a number of drivers. The Hyundai Elantra, also the Audi RS3, will be the force that will be leading the way on pace. And as soon as I say that, Isaac Doble raises the bar for the fastest lap of qualifying to a 20.461, but then Wojciech Swierdajczyk says hold on a second in the Veloster and sets a 20.276. So now we really are starting to see the tip of the spear with regards to these qualifying laps coming in from our drivers, and therefore it is going to be all about who can get things done right at the end as they make the way on through. But as they do, well, meanwhile we do look from what is Isaac Doble to one of our full tilt motorsport cars in the form of William Guthrie once again, because I did have the chance to catch up with team manager Mark Kennett, was speaking on the behalf of all of the team in the build up to today, and he was saying about the fact there's mixed feelings with regards to this round in the camp. They've been looking forward to heading to Thruxton, but obviously they had the spectre of would Guthrie be able to make it to the grid first looming over them, but thankfully he has been able to make it to the grid as he makes his way up towards what will be a club in due course. But they're also saying they're expecting they could drop some points in the team championship today, which will make closing the gap to the Doble Sim Racing outfit, the three Doble brothers, quite difficult in the hunt for P2. So therefore they're just going to go in and do everything they can to enjoy the battle. As we see Alex Meredith there going a bit wide. In fact, I think that was an error. That wasn't Alex Meredith. That might have been Jonathan Collins, unless I'm mistaken. In fact, that was Alex Meredith. I was right the first time, going wide there out club. I'm not sure if it was muscled or made a mistake, but either way, won't be wanting to do that again. But to conclude the thoughts on Full Tilt Motorsport, they've been looking forward to today, but they know they've got a mountain to climb if they want to take P2 in the team's championship, as more lap times are coming in. And NXTGEN Pink driver Jaroslaw Cebula moves up to P3 on a 1 minute 20.094. So 3 minutes left on the clock in this qualifying session. Those lap times continue to tumble down as this circuit continues to get drier and drier. We have got a couple of drivers still out there on the wet tyre. The best placed wet tyre at the moment being Sam Van Olst, and the other driver on the wet tyre is Marcel Fridge. And surely the Verano Academy driver, who is your AM Championship leader, unless he feels as though the wet tyre is better for him, he has just improved, interesting, up to a 23.975, and he's taken P3 back provisionally in the AM qualifying class, but I would imagine here that for Fritsch, when we go racing, if he doesn't start on the dry tyre, and well, if we don't see any rain come, he might end up pushing himself backwards, as meanwhile, speaking of drivers going forwards, well, Adam Delmont's just jumped up to P2 off camera. Benjamin McCluskey, meanwhile, sets the first one of the, well, in fact, one of the 2:19s that have been set in this session so far, 1:19.650, the other one being for Dan Mould. In fact, Adam Delmont's just set a 19, 2 minutes on the clock, we're now tumbling into the 19s. Mikey Doble goes the fastest of everybody here. It really is going to come down to who's out there at the very last moment and can nail the lap, as more times going in. Lewis Delmont suddenly catapults up to P13. Kieran Smart moves up to P14 off camera. There's times absolutely coming alive here, and well, as they do, well, meanwhile, we look to the AM class, one driver who we're expecting potentially to launch his way out the order. He is setting personal best right now, is Dylan Hunter for DH Racing, and well, his wife Christina tuning in the YouTube chat, and that's absolutely brilliant to see. A family affair all the way through, and as he drifts his way there into church, well, right now he won't be praying because he's absolutely nailed that, and as he comes out on towards Brooklands, up towards Club he goes. What's it going to be here for the Veloster driver? Head down, you can see that dry line on what is the left-hand side of the circuit from the driver's perspective, right-hand side from our camera angle currently. That dry line snaking its way all the way into Club. Oh, goodness me, loose in the rear. It cuts loose and into the barrier for what is Dylan Hunter, and it is all gone horribly wrong in a very short space of time for number 25, and surely that is going to be a trip to the pits, and he won't improve any further. He was pushing it to the limit, and in the end it's all fallen apart for the American driver, who now will know the best he's going to start will be P38, that's P7 in the AM class, but there could be further improvements from drivers. But as we say hello to Handsome Stu and also Gilberto Struck in the YouTube chat, one of the drivers all the way through, they're in the classic Williams Renault tribute livery from the BTCC eras of years gone by, as the Aztec Racing driver Matthew Sheraton with 30 seconds of the clock then, ladies and gentlemen. This is the qualified session now where we've had one or two drivers that set 18s. In fact, only one driver in the 18s. That's Wojciech Swierdajczyk on a 118.975. He's still trying to improve out there. He's improved in sector 4, but he hasn't improved elsewhere. But he's got one more lap to go, and we jump on board here with Swierdajczyk to see exactly what he can do. So making his way out of Allards then, and then up towards Campbell in short order, and as he does so, coming into the braking zone, he's got plenty of traffic in front of him, and Swierdajczyk will have to back off, and surely that is going to be a lap that's completely scuppered, and well, in the end, I think the number 26 in front will try to take its own line, and Swierdajczyk having to back off entirely, going through what was Campbell into Cobb, so that the number 26 there being the Aztec Racing car, Gabriel Yumez, who I think just didn't realise what had happened. I think had a bit of an error of his own whilst trying to go quickly as well. That can happen in qualifying. So therefore, now as the checker flag comes out, well, Jaroslaw Cebula is on one more lap, and all the field now will be making its way around 9. There's not many more opportunities to go. Russell Fowler also makes his way for his Adam Delmont. Meanwhile, at the other end of the circuit, jumps up to P5. Meanwhile, Benjamin McCluskey goes up to P3, and well, now we look to Fowler here, who's down in what is none of the P6 in the prime class. He's trying to improve from P18. Can he find something? He will be one of the very last tries to set a lap here, keep in mind. So therefore, he has timed this right, arguably, as Eduardo Gonzaga has gone up to P22. More lap times. Lewis Delmont's up to P5. Kieran Smart's suddenly up to P3. We've still got more to come here. And, well, I have to wonder who exactly is going to improve. Ben Altrier comes out the last couple of quarters. Could the full tilt Motorsport driver spring a surprise on everybody? Well, here he comes to line. He's currently P18, down to P19, and moves up to P4. It's a great lap. It's a 19.138. This is an incredible qualifying session right now. I don't think it's quite done yet. We've still got a couple more laps to come. Nick Clibbins, meanwhile, P20. Andy Fonks jumps up to P21. And then we just have, I think it's just Russell Fowler who's yet to finish his session. And in the end, he's into the pits. Well, Sainz gone wrong on that lap. And qualifying is complete, ladies and gentlemen. And in the end, it is Wojciech Swierdajczyk who has taken overall pole by 25 thousandths over former Semper Racing teammate Jaroslaw Cebula, the second place driver in the overall championship. Meanwhile, in the prime class, it is none other than Kieran Smart. And well, it's going to be a Track Scotland lockout on the front row of the prime class with P5, P6, the pair of Smart and Stuart Wynis. In the AM class, Eduardo Gonzaga for National Racing Team has absolutely dominated the qualifying session, taking AM pole by what is 1.5 seconds over Jonathan Collins in P25. Well, my goodness, you couldn't make this story up, and well, that is qualifying. And without further ado, it's now time for us to head to the grid for our first race of the day. And without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, as the sun comes out here at Thruxton, it looks like we're going to have an even drier circuit by the time we go racing. Well, this is how our drivers are going to line up for the first race of the day, our first ever race here at the Thruxton circuit in Hampshire of England. And as we can see, Wojciech Swierdowicz takes pole position for Semper Racing, joined on the front row of the grid by Jaroslaw Cebula for NXTGEN. Behind them, it was only a further attempt to Isaac Doble for Doble Sim Racing, and Full Tilt Motorsports Ben Altria takes his best ever qualifying performance, P4 for this season. Kieran Smart starts off a 1-2 in the Prime class for Track Scotland. He takes P5 on the grid, and on the third row he is joined by his teammate Stuart Wynis. Behind them on row at number 4, it's Lewis Delmont who has his best qualifying performance of the season for SO NXTGEN Gold. Could he be chasing down another win today, given the win he picked up last time in Montreal? Well, we'll have to wait and see. He's joined on the fourth row by Benjamin McCluskey, and then we do have from behind the NXTGEN Pink driver, the Sim Racing collective pair of Andrew Pike and Tom Davidson, with the teammates having an absolutely stellar performance in qualifying, and that's what we love to see from TSRC, and they'll be expecting their Hondas can move forward over the course of the race distance. Starting P11, he's making a habit out of this, interesting enough, is Mikey Doble for Doble Sim Racing, and the reason we say it's a habit is he seems to absolutely nail the line up on the 6th row of the grid and started just outside the top 10. And when he does so, he normally makes a lot of progress from there, but he's got for company on row number 6, Adam Delmont for SO and NXTGEN Gold. We then have behind him on row number 7, Ben Gregory for Full Tilt Motorsport and Alan McCain for iRacing Esports, an all-prime row, followed by the prime driver Sam Bradley for SO and NXTGEN Gold, and then his teammate Dan Mould, and these two will be looking to work together to carve their way up the order. We then do have, starting on what is P17, William Guthrie for Full Tilt Motorsport, ahead of Gavin Gardner for NXTGEN Pink, who looked very strong at the start of qualifying, but it went the wrong way over the qualifying distance. And the same can be said for Michael Lees for JW in Motorsport, who just hasn't quite been able to find the pace we saw earlier on in the season. The top 20 is completed. On the 10th row by iRacing Esports is Nick Clewins, and then P21 will start Andy Fox for Goldwyn Motorsport, who's just looking to survive lap 1. He's even practiced coming into the pits, he sarcastically told me, in case he does pick up damage. But I think everyone right now, and feel free to cross your fingers in the chat for Andy Fox. Let's see him get to the end of this race without being involved in a major incident, ladies and gentlemen. We all want to see it in that number 21. He's in the company of Joe Doble for Doble Sim Racing, and then we do have on row at number 12 Alex Meredith for NXTGEN Orange Whiskey Runners Racing and Russell Fowler for Verano Esports. On then row number 13, it's Eduardo Gonzaga with an absolutely scintillating and pole position for National Racing Team by 1.5 seconds. He's got the company of the pro of Jamie Dory for NXTGEN Pink P26. On row 14, it's Jake Pitt for Aztec Racing and Lee Horn for NXTGEN Orange Whiskey Runners Racing, and completing the top 30 is Luca Monroe for United Sim Team and Matthew Sheraton for Aztec Racing. On what is row number 16, Jonathan Collins begins his day P31, second of the AM class drivers for NXTGEN Orange Whiskey Runners Racing, and he's got the company of Goldwyn Motorsports Duncan Moraes. We then have Sam Van Olsen for Goldwyn Motorsport and Mark Sykes for NXTGEN Orange Whiskey Runners Racing on row 17, with P35 behind going to Gabriel Umas for Aztec Racing ahead of Sammy Ariba for Quartmass Motorsport. Then to complete the top 40, it's Marcel Fritz for Verano Academy, Andy Chell for Quartmass Motorsport, then Craig Tillison for Verano Academy and Dylan Hunter for DH Racing. With that late error in qualifying, the big question is what could he have done and what could we expect from him in this race? Expected to try and tear his way through the field. And then we do see Matthew Williams on his debut in the NXTCC for Cymru Motorsport starting P41 ahead of Callum Murray for SO and NXTGEN Gold. And due to qualifying bans after what was penalties picked up in round number 7, Sam Smith starts P43 for iRacing Esports ahead of Lewis Mason. In fact, ahead of James Smaskerscow, I should say, who starts P44 for Aztec Racing. And it'll be Lewis Mason who starts last but not least P45 on the grid for Aztec Racing. So 45 starters, ladies and gentlemen, and an absolutely packed field. Well, there is all the field in their long line order. Number drivers starting in the chicane. It does mean it is going to be challenging. I've heard in my ear we have got rain on the forecast in 8 minutes time. So therefore, those who start to the dries, they'll try to hold on. Those who start some wet, they'll be hoping it goes forward. But as the lights go on, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red lights. And it's lights out and away we go for the first time today here at Thruxton. It's Wojciech Swierdowicz struggles off the line. Jaroslaw Cebula nails it. Swierdowicz right now is limping along as they make the way in towards turn number 1. And as they come on around, well, Swierdowicz with an absolute staller of a start. It means that the field's going to have to try and fight its way on around him as he now makes himself wide coming out of Allards and in towards Campbell. There's all the field coming up towards the braking zone. Well, Stuart Wynis on the attack. And there is a huge outbreaking for Stuart Wynis in towards Campbell and then through Cobb. That's going to release Isaac Doe and Ben Altria through. through, but as they make the way out of what is there, the right-hander of turn number 4, head on towards Noble. Winus runs wide, and Winus is struggling for grip. A number of drivers are struggling here. Meanwhile, further back, we've got plenty of battling outside of what is the top 20 and just outside the top 30. Car wide, and that is a long run wide for Eduardo Gonzaga. Gonzaga's gone wide at Seagrave, and as he comes back to rejoin at Noble, he's going to fall all the way down the order because he's joining a tight line. Well, it's been an absolute dramatic start to this 16-lap race. You couldn't make this up, and Gonzaga, who took that absolutely phenomenal and pole position, has thrown it all away and now has got to do it all again from scratch. But all the drivers have survived the opening few corners. They make the way now through Goodwood and down towards Church Corner. They roar, and as they do, well, meanwhile, those who've cleared it already, Adam Delman on the charge here, roaring after Isaac Doble and Wojciech Swierdowicz as they head up towards what will be club for the first time. But Cebula is running away at the front of the field. But right now, the big question mark will be this man in P2, Ben Altrier, with a wet compound on the car. Well, sure, he's going to struggle as he picks up a slowdown there for track limits on the exit of the chicane. As he comes across the timeline, loses the place to Swierdowicz, but he can become a factor if the rain does fall in earnest in the next few minutes or so. But after one lap of racing, well, let's hold that thought, because here we've got Isaac Doble trying to look around the outside to the inside into Campbell. 2-1 as they come out of Allard's then onto the brakes. Doble on the left, Altrier on the right. Behind him is Adam Delmont saying, can I join in too? And they both say no. And as they go 2 wide into Cobb here, Altrier right now finds himself pinned to the outside. 3 wide. Surely they're not going to do 3 wide into Seagrave. No, Delmont backs out. Altrier, they have a little bit of a tap, gets elbowed wide. He manages to keep it just on circuit, but that's going to push him down the order. Brilliant racing between them. In the end, they had to give it everything, and as they come in towards Noble, right now Altrier falls back. Stuart Winus, meanwhile, carves his way through, and Kieran Smart is now back into P6 after a difficult start for the track Scotland drives. They've got themselves back on the run as they roar the way on around. Meanwhile, looking further back, well, your AM leader is Jonathan Collins at this time, so that's a big sideways move for 2 drives for both what was there, I do believe, the Honda of Lee Horn, and also for what was the Goldwing Motorsports car of Andy Fox. And well, a status update for Andy Fox, ladies and gentlemen. He's still alive in this race. He has not been taken out of it. He's in P29, so that is good news to see. But now he'll be looking to try and make his way up the order as quickly as can be as they roar the way downwards. And further back, Eduardo Gonzaga is now trying to recover after that off on lap number 1. He's going to have another off here as he takes far too much speed on the outside line through Church Corner, and with a lack of grip, well, that is only going to compound woes. He rejoins, and that is going to be Jake Pitt making his way on around as we can see more cars further behind, including what is there, the Verona Academy car of Craig Tillerson chasing after Marcel Fritsch as they head up the rise. But looking on his inside is none other than Lewis Mason. This is their battle for his P8 in the AM class, or P7 effect in the AM class. You put Fritsch in the picture, and then as they roar their way through the course, Callum Murray also wants to play here. He's in P10 in AM as they come on to lap number 3. But as they come across the timeline, well, Lewis Mason now looking for a move on the inside of Marcel Fritsch as they head through the right-hander, and Fritsch on the wet compound as is Mason, but Mason has got that wet tyre switched on much more aggressively, and it's working out very nicely for him as they head in towards turn number 2 once again. But onto the brakes they go, and as they do, well, Mason's still on the inside but has to back off as meanwhile Fritsch goes very deep but uses a bit of the runoff area there to get the car stopped. But Mason says, well, just take that back then, as he goes around the outside. Lee Horn rejoins there after an off. We've also had a moment there, I believe that is the car Sam Van Olst that's recovering, so I think both drivers have had some sort of altercation. But as they head on around here, well, meanwhile we come back towards the front of the field. And this man who started P2 and will know that today nothing less than victory will do. Jaroslaw Cebula is absolutely run off into the distance on the dry tyre because he goes onto lap 4 and he leads after what is 3 laps by 5 seconds. Isaac Doble meanwhile sits in P2 for Double Sim Racing ahead of Stuart Winus, your Pro-Am leader, P3. His teammate Track Scotland's Kieran Smart sits P4 ahead of Wojciech Swierdowicz, P5. Mikey Doble is in P6 ahead of what will be Tom Davis in P7. Benjamin McCluskey is P8. We've got Nick Clemens into the pit lane. I'm not sure whether that's for damage or what it's exactly for, but Nick Clemens has had to come in. Ben Altrier P9, and then Nick Clemens left, and it's going to be Alan McCain P10. And in fact, I've just had it whispered in my ear from our race director. Nick Clemens had to come into the pits for a drive-through penalty for jumping the start, and that explains why the Irish esports driver has dropped down, but his teammate Alan McCain has taken that P10 spot off him, and McCain right now running in a solid P3 in prime. And as he heads on through what is turn number 4 through Seagrave, when he's battling side by side with Altrier, and as they come in towards the left-hander and Noble, you can see all over the back of them is Adam Delmont, and well, McCain's going to go deep. Delmont's sliding sideways here. We're looking for all the grip as he roars his way through. Looking around the outside, they can't quite find it coming into Goodwood, but as he does so now down to Village, they go, and Adam Delmont right now is absolutely hustling here. Well, right now I can tell you one thing, he's the man who on paper at least should have won an NXTCC crown by now, but he's never had the chance to. But instead, what he does give us the opportunity to see, it's a brilliant battle as he cuts back. They're coming out of Church versus Altrier, and that Honda, despite a straight line speed deficit, it versus the Elantra. Well, Delmont saying no to that and absolutely attacking it. And in that number 37, he is roaring for SO and NXTGEN Gold as they head into the braking zone. Meanwhile, Alan McCain now looking up the inside of Ultria. Ultria on the wet compound seems to be managing just about. He is the leading wet runner at the moment, but that tyre is not forthcoming, and therefore he'll be hoping there's some rain to come as soon as possible. But further behind, Nick Clemens after that drive-through, now bringing himself back together. In P15, I've also heard that Lewis Mason picked up a drive-through penalty for a jump start, so number of tries being a little bit too eager on the throttle pedal as they got racing and therefore being penalised for it. But as all the fighting continues, we're just in the foreground, Jamie Dory fighting with Andrew Pike and Lewis Delmont, 3 wide, going all through Cobb, and in the end Lewis Delmont has to take to the escape route in order to avoid it. Oh goodness me, they get into contact, and in the end 3 wide does not go into Noble. Well, in fact it doesn't go to Seagrave because it never arrives at Noble, and as the drives make the way through, Luca Monroe in the orange Honda there carves his way through to move to P14, and well, Lewis Delmont and Nick Clemens both being caught up very rapidly, and Ben Ultria also been muscle damage. You can see a flash of lights there for Andrew Pike. He's not too happy about it. Ultria and Pike getting very, very tasty here. This is getting a little bit temperamental between the two of them, and I wouldn't be surprised if there's going to be some words when they get out the cars afterwards. Here comes Matthew Sheraton. Here comes Ben Gregory. Gregory tapping the rear of his teammate, and Sheraton up the inside of the 2 full Tilby Motorsport machines as the S-Tech Racing driver says, well, if you guys are going to get frustrated about it, I'll just take it calmly off of you. And as they make the way up through Brooklands, there comes Joe Doble as well. The Audi, it's flying as they head up the rise, in towards Club, in towards the braking zone they go. So Doble, having started down in P22, now making up the ground as they go right into left here through the chicane once again. It is absolutely brilliant battling between them. Yes, it's getting a little bit on the limit, but to be fair, it wouldn't be the NXTCC if we didn't see some elbows out. Meanwhile, some more elbows out here from Dylan Hunter. After that nightmare into his qualifying session, battling there with Andy Chell for what is P6 in the AM class. Chell defending there in the Audi RS3 for Cormass Motorsport. But here comes Lewis Mason as Hunter finds himself off racing line, taking the chicane. And Mason now, after recovering from that drive-through penalty, we look back from the rear of the Audi RS3 of Chell as he heads in towards turn 1 through Allards they go. And Chell not getting the best of runs there. And as a result, you can see Hunter looking left, looking right, thinking where can he attack. But in the end decides not to go for it here into Campbell or Cobb. And meanwhile, Lewis Mason says, well, if you're not going to go for it, I'm going to have a look up the inside. But Chell goes a little bit deep. You have to defend now into Cobb. That's going to give Hunter the opportunity to cut back around the outside. But they'll make the way through Seagrave. And as they come on around, Hunter's committing to it. Chell gives them the space to exist. And they cooperate with each other now as they head down towards Noble. But as they come in towards the right-hander, 2 wide they going in. Mason behind, but it's going to be Hunter has to back off there, knowing, oh, goodness me. And in fact, Mason goes out onto the grass. Chell almost follows there in front of him as they head on through towards what is Goodwood corner. Andy Chell holds on. Hunter cuts it back here. And Chell going defensive each and every corner. There's taps between them. And they survive the tap, and there's the rain on camera as well as Hunter finally takes the place. But will this be a sudden reversal of fortune, because Hunter is on the dry tyre, Chell is on the wet, and our wet runners right now will be absolutely jumping up and down in joy, albeit they'll be keeping their hands on the steering wheel, because to see some rain falling on circuit, even if it's just a little bit at one corner, if that rain starts to become exacerbated, that could mean that suddenly that wet tyre comes alive. We're not even at the halfway point of this race. We will be after the next lap, but here comes Kieran Smart looking up the inside of Swierdowicz, still fighting hard here. He is the Track Scotland driver. And I can tell you, these Track Scotland gentlemen are not afraid of mixing it up with the champions out on the grid as he makes his way down through Village in towards Church. 2 wide they go into the right-hander. Indian Swierdowicz on the outside line, but carries too much speed and runs wide. But here comes Mikey Doble. Doble sees an opportunity here to strike as he makes his way in towards Club Corner. As he comes up the rise, well, you can see up there, I think Smart's going to have to back off, and in turn Davidson tucks him behind in the Honda for the Sim Racing Collective. Through the right under they go. Mikey Doble picks up a 2-for-1 special there as he heads in towards Club, capitalising on what's the battle of Smart and Swierdowicz, and just simply moving into P4. 9 that was Cebula leading. He needs to limit the damage as much as possible. But coming on through into turn 1, the rain is starting to fall over the circuit. It's light rain initially, but it does seem as though it's building up in the sky, and this could suddenly reverse the fortunes. And a number of drivers here, including William Guthrie, who is the leading wet runner, they will all now feel as though their decision was justified as Fowler goes very sideways, and Fowler loses it coming through Club, misses the cars around him. Now that is incredible, threads the needle there, and will thankfully, we never want to see any drivers losing it, but to see it happen like that, thank goodness for Fowler. It did everybody involved, but he decides to come into the pits. He needs to go onto wet. They're all piling into the pits of wets. Gonzaga, who made it into the lead of the AM class, he's now back in the wet. Oh my goodness, and there's a shunt to the back of Gonzaga's car, as we did see there what was, I do believe, the Honda Duncan Rise tap him on the wrist. So Gonzaga's been pushed forward, has missed his pit box. There's panic down the pit lane because they need to get onto the wet tyre. That means that it's going to be a race of survival here for anybody who's on the dry. Speaking of whom, Mikey Doble under pressure from Kieran Smart, and Smart runs wide. They're coming out of Church. Are they going to be able to hold on? I get the feeling they're going to have to come into the pits and put on the wet tyre, and suddenly William Guthrie, who is 40 seconds back, he may just seemingly still the lead of this race away from them. But as they come through the right into left, well, Doble right now absolutely moving on towards that defensive line as much as possible. Neither driver comes into the pits, but what's going to be Smart looking for the opportunity here to go on the inside as Winus going slowly. Winus has had a nightmare into lap. Meanwhile, Nick Clemens just leaving the pit lane. And well, with all this, Winus right now under pressure, and Doble's going to try and take P3 of him, coming out of Allard's in towards what will be the chicane turns 2 and 3. And as he heads in towards the right-hander, Doble will take that place. Winus can barely get any grip on the front tyres of Elantra. Here comes Davidson behind, and Tom Davidson is attacking right now. He tries to part the seas here, proverbially and on screen, as he tries to split the Track Scotland machines. The two Elantras there have provided a space between them, but I don't think he's going to find it at this point in time as they head on through and in towards what will be Noble Corner. But you can see there, Smart having to tiptoe his way around the outside of Winus, but the two of them, they can't find a way of letting each other go and just going into single file, so they're both on compromised lines as they come out of what will be Noble. Through good would they go, but in the end, Winus is able to tuck in. Davidson has to back off here, and now Smart finds himself on the outside here, heading through Village in towards Church. Well, they will settle the differences just about, but that could have been an absolute nightmare for Track Scotland with both their drivers running side by side throughout the entire sequence and almost elbowing each other around. Oh, goodness me! And there goes Winus, losing the rear of the car. Almost following him was Davidson. Winus collects it together, or does he? Stuart Winus catches it. My goodness, now that was a heart stopper that I could only imagine how rapidly his heart rate went up inside that Elantra, but the Track Scotland 61 driver manages to keep it together, loses a couple of places overall, but doesn't lose P2 in the prime class. But you can see there, Davidson decides to come into the pits. Davidson knows you can't run on the slicks. They've just got not enough grip at all, and all the drivers at the front of the field are suddenly tiptoeing the way around. Their last lap for what is Jaroslaw Cebula was done other than a 1 minute 29.42. Meanwhile, your leading wet runner of Dan Mould at this point in the race, a 126.84. So he's lapping 3 seconds a lap faster as he makes his way on through the chicane. So Mould right now for SO NXTGEN Gold is absolutely trying to move this race forward as much as possible. Guthrie behind him, meanwhile, running nose to tail here. They're both wet runners. They are leading wet runners, with Gavin Gardner being the next one down the road by 5 seconds. That is Joe Doble in front, who, having started P22, is trying to hold on to slicks for as long as he can. But right now, surely the leaders, or at least the drivers inside the top 3, have got to be thinking about switching onto the wet tyre, because this race is just going away unless they can keep the damage to what is only 3 or 4 seconds a lap. But then again, if this wet tyre really comes into its prime, it's going to be that 3 to 4 seconds a lap suddenly gets compounded to 5 to 6 seconds. And with the fact we're on lap number 10 to 16, we've got 7 to go, including this lap. Well, you do the maths, ladies and gentlemen, and it will be very close at the end for our slick leaders to be able to hold on. As you can see, Mould now making his way past Jamie Dory, and William Guthrie just simply following his way through. And as they do, well, meanwhile, in the AM class, having picked the right tire to start the race on, Gabriel Yilmaz now leads the AM class with his teammate Lewis Mason behind, and then Andy Chell is up in a P3, being rewarded for starting on the wet as well. So the gamble has paid off for the Quartmass Motorsport driver in the number 5, and could he be on course for another podium? They've been rare this season, but when he's made his way to the AM podium, he's earned it the hard way. That's no doubt about it. And this could be another instance. He drifts his way through Noble. Oh no! It's all gone wrong for the Chell as he loses it there coming out of Noble. Collects the car together, however, without taking too big a trip to the grass. But for Chell, that could have been far, far worse. But he won't avoid that whatsoever. But he'll still hold on to P3 in the AM class for now, with teammate Sammy Ariba catching up behind. But whilst all this is happening, in the pit lane, we've got McCain in for new tyres for the wets. We've also Kieran Smart and Benjamin McCluskey. They're all in. Cebula, meanwhile, he's off. That's Cebula, your leader, off at what is Noble, brings it back together. And as he brings it back together, well, that is a sign of how much he's struggling out there. And well, meanwhile, Dan Mould now is only what is 31 seconds off. That sounds like a lot of time, but that off of Cebula is going to slash that gap down massively as he makes his way on through. And therefore, this race right now is literally like trying to walk on eggshells, to use the proverb, in the fact that Cebula right now will know that one small mistake will see him end up in the barrier. And at this point, he's gambled on staying on the slicks, and he cannot afford to come into the pits. He will lose this race win if he comes into the pits now. He will relinquish it, and it will go to Dan Mould potentially, as meanwhile we look here to Ben Gregory, who is all over the back of Gavin Gardner, and they're fighting over what is P7 as they make the way through, and they've got Sam Bradley for company behind, and Sam Bradley right now, well, he's on course potentially for another Prime Podium after that Prime Podium at Montreal in race number 3, a brilliantly deserved one. He could pull it off as well here today, and that would be 2 podiums back to back, but he won't be doing that if he runs wide out of church as much as he did there on a repetitive basis, but just about catches it as the rain continues to fall here in the run up towards what will be a club chicane. And as I come onto the brakes, well, Mikey Doble's in the pit lane as I look at my contact booth when I saw him go past, and was he roars his way through. In fact, this camera you're looking at the racing here is just literally sat next to our contact booth window, and will Gregory right now making his way across that timeline. Well, Doble's going to fall down the order, going onto the wet tyre. He's going to drop outside the top 10 potentially, and then try and fight his way back into it. But Gregory right now up into P6, and look at a chase after Stuart Wyness, the sole Prime driver, who's trying to hold on here on the slick tyre. But you can see, look at the queue of cars a lap down that are trying to unlap themselves. That's Hunter, that's Williams, and that's also then Mould, who's on the lead lap, much like Wyness, and Mould gets through in the end, and Wyness right now is just sliding everywhere. Guthrie makes his way through. Gregory is only 7 seconds behind. Ben Gregory could snatch the win of this Prime Class race away from Wyness, all because of the tyre choice, and well, won't see Gregory initially, but there he is as he makes his way into no. Well, that is the speed with Gregory as he's approaching, as he makes his way on around, and as he comes on through at what will be good with this time. Well, right now, Ben Gregory is absolutely hounding. He was 11 seconds faster in the previous lap compared to Wyness. Well, surely on that rate of knots, he will take the lead of the Prime Class by the end of the next lap, or at least be in a position to attack for it. But it's absolutely unpredictable. As meanwhile, we've had Sammy Ariba have a major moment coming into turn number 1 at Allards. I'm not quite sure what's happened there, but he has rejoined. We will try and get a replay of that shortly as to what's happened. But as I try to continue to push on through, well, right now, this is definitely a race which has taken a turn for the worse for some and for the better for others. But Ben Gregory has in fact passed Stuart Wyness whilst we've been looking back. Meanwhile, Isaac Doble's into the pit lane as I look at my contact booth window. In fact, there he is as he makes his way on down. The Doble Sim Racing driver comes into the pit lane, and well, meanwhile, William Guthrie, he's the leading wet runner. He's got Dan Mould right behind him, but it's only a gap now, 7 seconds to Jaroslaw Cebula, who is still 3.5 laps away from victory. So surely Cebula right now, it's not going to be about winning, it's going to be about trying to hold on for a top 10 finish and seeing where he can finish ahead of Mikey Doble, who has left the pit lane recently on what is the wet tyre, but he's down in P22. But Guthrie right now is absolutely attacking the circuit, and Dan Mould, who is following, and we jump on board with. And the SO NXTGEN Gold driver is just trying to stay right in this hunt all the way to the very end of this race, because he knows that if he can stay there, he may be in with an opportunity of taking victory come the very end, albeit the big question will be whether he can find it, as there's a lot of traffic to negotiate. That's Cebula's going slowly, and now Mould's going to make his way through. So is Guthrie, so Guthrie takes the lead, and well, Cebula in the end just has got no grip coming down through Village in towards Church. So for Jaroslaw Cebula, it's now going to be about all holding on for as long as he can to whatever place he can, whereas Guthrie and Mould are now released onto the circuit really to do battle for his victory, and Guthrie will try and run away with this 9. He's got no success ballast in the car compared to Mould, who's got a small degree of success ballast. They're both in the Veloster, so this is going to come down to the driver and whether Mould can shift that weight. But as they come in towards Club, well, right now with some traffic between them, Duncan Rice there being a place between the two of them, Guthrie will be happy with that and know that he can put out at least an 8 tenths of a second gap as they head onto lap number 14. 3 to go here in race number 1 of the day at Thruxton, and this race absolutely right now primed to be a thriller as they make the way on towards the end, and will Cebula losing more places. That's Bradley going through, that is Gardner, that's also all Trier. Here comes Dunlap himself, Collins being a long way down the running order, over one in the AM class. Between the two of them there, that goes Lee Horn, who does the Moses manoeuvre in amongst the two drivers there to unlap himself off of Cebula, and Lee Horn showing no hesitation there. That was absolutely incredible as Cebula sliding. Cebula's not got any life left in those tyres. Well, he's got some life left in them, but there's no way of bringing that life to bear, and the number 6 driver almost losing it there, going through Campbell and in towards Cobb, was he makes his way through Seagrave. He is committed to the bit right now. This is incredible from Cebula, but surely it's some point. If he does this again, he's got to decide to come in for what will be wet tyres. Not for this race right now. He's too heavily invested, but this is a struggle as Michael Lees picks his way through, as will Andy Fox shortly. And Fox, remember we said earlier we wanted to see him finish this race. Well, right now he could be on course for what would be his first top 10 in what would be 4 rounds of the season as he makes his way around there up into P8 for Fox, or what will be P5 in the Pro class. So it's all come out good for the Goldwyn Motorsport driver. Also, the AM leader, Lewis Mason, with Gabriel Yilmaz 4 seconds behind. Well, Mason right now is flying out there and, well, pushing onwards. It could be a 1-2 for Aztec Racers. You'll see there Yilmaz in the rear of the picture, just trying to chase after his teammate and holding on for that. And Andy Chell still in the hunt for P3 in the AM class. But from them, we need to look a little bit further down the order to Chell, because there's Isaac Doble trying to go around the outside in the battle through Noble in towards Goodwood corner. Now on the inside for Goodwood, and Chell's going to let it go as they make the way through the right-hander and looking very good indeed as they roar the way through. But as they head down towards Church Corner, well, we must look from them back into what is the top 5, because the top 5's getting tasty as there's a big slide for all three of them coming out of Allard's in towards Campbell. They go onto the brakes, and Bradley defending here for his P4, second place in the prime class. He doesn't want to let the oval place go, but in the end, all three is going to make him let it go as they come through Corbin in towards the right-hander Seagrave, and now rolling off. Now it's going to be Gavin God who wants to try and take a slice out of Bradley, but Sam Bradley's had a taste to finish inside the top 5 in previous rounds, and therefore he doesn't want to let it go, and that's why he's trying to dig in as much as he can, knowing that Ben Gregory seems to be a little bit too far away for him to reach. But meanwhile, for Bradley, a P2 in the prime class of the top 5 overall will be a huge achievement, and so he can be very proud of to really start to build up what will be his championship campaign. But as the drivers roar their way onwards, meanwhile we must come back to leaders, because here we ride on board with your race leader William Guthrie, who slides his way out of Church on this penultimate lap, and those headlights in the rear of his car will be none other than what will be Dan Mould, who's your second place runner, and Mould is close. Mould is trying to close him down here in what will be the final lap of this race as they get ready to go onto it. The gap between the two of them is only 4.5 tenths, and as they make the way out of club, the white flag waves. One more lap to go here between Guthrie and Mould for the win, with 5 seconds between them and prime leader Ben Gregory in P3. It's going to be a 2-horse fight for the win, surely. And Mould right now is coming on absolutely strongly as they head in towards what will be Campbell this time. Mould's there, 1.5 tenths. Mould's going to go to the inside. Guthrie covers it off, but knowing here he can use some of the traffic of what will be Dory to help him out, and Mould has to tuck him behind. But as they come out of the chicane and up towards Seagrave they go. Well, oh my goodness, and there's contact between the two of them, and Dan Mould absolutely giving it everything right now. And I can imagine channeling a little bit of a John Clendon going for first, but to get first he's going to need to find a way fully up the inside and not make contact as they head through Noble and in towards Goodwood. Well, Mould's definitely got the upper hand here in terms of he's got a lot of pace, but he just doesn't have the opportunity to be able to unleash it yet as Guthrie there drags the car through the corner on the brakes. You can see Mould looking around the outside, and Guthrie right now absolutely digging the car in as much as he possibly can. Down through Village they go, and Mould right now absolutely in a face full of spray off the back of Guthrie's car, but Guthrie goes deep, he bonks on the apex, and Mould is going to look around the outside. It's going to be a drag race now as they head up through Brooklands, but I don't think Mould's had enough speed. I don't think he's going to be able to get this unless Guthrie makes a mistake into club. All Guthrie's got to do is park the machine through the chicane, and surely he'll get the job done. Well, here they go, ladies and gentlemen, as they make the way into the last 2 corners, and as they come on through into the break-ins over the club chicane, Guthrie there just absolutely eases the car through the chicane. He nails it, but will it be all his way to the line? Yes, it seems to be, as they're going to drag race through, but William Guthrie will take the first ever win at Thruxton in the NXTCC ahead of Dan Mould, with Ben Gregory and taking P3 for Full Tilt Motorsport in. Also the win for the prime class, Ben Altrier P4, Sam Bradley P5 there, second place in the prime class, Gavin Goddard P6, Michael Leeds P7, Andy Fox P8, Lewis Mason will take home what will be shortly, I do believe, the AM victory here for Aztec Racing as he comes to line. So an absolutely unexpected AM win in the 991 racing machine, and well, what a brilliant driver for Mason. Wojciech Swerdych will take P10 as he comes to the line, and then it will be Sam Vanol's P11, best of the rest. The Goldwyn Motorsport driver there doing well to take what was P4 in the Prime class, just missing out on the Prime podium with Michael Lees taking the final spot. Gabriel Yilmaz takes P13, second place in the AM class for Aztec Racing, and it'll be Benjamin McCluskey and Kieran Smart to complete the top 15. Meanwhile, the question of who's going to finish in what will be third place in the AM class goes to Mark Sykes, the completely unexpected turn of events. I'm not quite sure what's happened to Andy Chell, but it seems to have been a very late retirement for Andy Chell, and that's very unfortunate, but Mark Sykes takes the final AM podium position, a lap down P30, but meanwhile, William Guthrie, as he makes way out through Brooklands, will be absolutely pleased with that. He'll know that he had to absolutely dig in versus Dan Mould to take it, but what a turn around between the two drivers, and Guthrie in the end taking the victory on circuit, and Dan Mould having to settle for second place. But for Full Tilt Motorsport, this is a big result for the team and the team's championship that they will want, as Ben Gregory meanwhile takes that third place spot, but most importantly for him is the Pro-Am win, and that will enable him to close the gap to Stuart Winus very quickly indeed as he makes his way into the pit lane. But what a race, ladies and gentlemen. Lewis Mason as well, when he makes his way down on what is quite a fast cool down lap here, and decides to make his way as quickly as possible to the pit lane to celebrate. Absolutely nailing it with the tyre strategy early on, and therefore the AM driver keeping it calm and just simply making his way to the end. He had to swap the tyres, he had to go from dries to the wet, but the key point about it being up for Lewis Mason, that it was all about just simply picking that right tyre at the right time and then making his way up past Gabriel Yilmaz in order to take the result. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, as our last of our few drivers make the way down what will be Brooklands and up towards Club to enter the pit lane, including Alex Meredith in a bit of an anonymous P24 race, but still plenty more racing to come here today at the Thruxton circuit in the UK. Well, let's take a look at those race results subject to Eddie Stewart's inquiries, and well, here they are. So after an absolutely dramatic race, well, there's even more drama here, ladies and gents, because look at the top there. I believe a black flag was awarded to what was our race winner on circuit of William Guthrie. Now, whether that was for instant points or for Turty trying to serve a slowdown, I'm not sure, but it does mean Dan Mould has taken the win of this race at SL and NXTGEN Gold. And I've just had it said in my ear that the results will be under investigation after the race is finished today. But on our screen here, Dan Mould now is listed as your winner for SL and NXTGEN Gold after that late battle with William Guthrie. I don't know the exact story as to why we have seen a black flag awarded to William Guthrie, but you can see he's been moved all the way down to P15 in these standings. But Mould classified as your winner then after that absolute rocket fuel charge for SL and NXTGEN Gold ahead of the Full Tilt Motorsport pair of Ben Gregory and Ben Altria. And with Ben Gregory, a Pro-Am win to go over double podium for the team alongside his teammate and fellow Ben Altria. Sam Bradley there, P4, second place in the Pro-Am class at SL and NXTGEN Gold. An absolutely brilliant drive there, already following the footsteps of his teammate Dan. And then Gavin Garner, P5 for NXTGEN Pink. What a drive there for the number 11 driver. It's rare we see a top 5 outing, but Gavin Garner at his best in these changeable conditions, no doubt about it. Michael Lees completed the Pro-Am podium for JWM Motorsport of a P6, one of his best results of his NXTCC career, ahead of Andy Fox, who finished P7, and well done to Andy for Goldwyn Motorsport there, in the fact bringing it home today, and what a way to start off his day at Thruxton with that 7th place finish after all the bad luck. Lewis Mason, your AM winner, took P8 for Aztec Racing ahead of Wojciech Swierdowicz, with the Semper Racing drive being followed up by Sam Van Ols to complete the top 10 there for Goldwyn Motorsport. It was then Aztec Racing's James Spazzarscout and Gabriel Yilmaz, P11, P12. And the P12 for Gabriel Yilmaz also being P2 in the AM class. It's a 1-2 for Aztec Racing in their class, ahead of Benjamin McCluskey for NXTGEN Pink, Track Scotland's Kieran Smart, and William Guthrie demoted to P15 with that post-race time penalty, which is going to be investigated after the racing today. The Full Tilt Motorsport driver, when he hears that, won't be too happy, but he'll also be aware of the fact it will be investigated and therefore won't give up hope about taking that win. Andrew Pike, P16, the Sim Racing Collector's Row, came on strong at the start. It all went backwards and the rain arrived, and the same could be said for the Doble brothers of Mikey and Isaac, P17, P18 for Doble Sim Racing, and your top 20 completed by Jaroslaw Cebula and also Matthew Cheverton. Luca Monroe was P21 ahead of Alan McCain, with Joe Doble there finishing P23 in a challenging race where he went just as much forward as he did at backward. Alex Meredith P24 ahead of Nick Clibbins, and then Stuart Winus after that brilliant start. That gamble to stay on the dries did not pay off for the Track Scotland driver, and in the end, having to settle for P26. Rhino Esports is Russell Fowler, P27 ahead of Jake Pitt, and then we saw the top 30 completed by Duncan Moraes and Mark Sykes, your 3rd place finisher in the AM class. So on the podium there for NXTGEN Orange Whiskey Runners, a lap down. Also a lap down to Tom Davidson, Matthew Williams on his debut, but well done to Matthew Williams for a P4 in the AM class. It's a great start for the Motorsport driver. Ahead of Lee Horn, Jamie Dory, Jonathan Collins, Dylan Hunter, who recovered well to finish P6 in the AM class, Sam Smith, Craig Tillison, and your top 40 was completed by Andy Chell and Marcel Fridge. As 5 laps down, with an unfortunate retirement for Sammy Ariba, but will be classified as he completed over half the race distance. But classified as non-finishers for not completing over half the race distance, Adam Delmont, Eduardo Gonzaga, Callum Murray and Lewis Delmont. So 45 starters, ladies and gentlemen, and in the end, 41 finishers as classified, of which 28 on the lead lap, in an absolutely weather-fueled chaos race in race number 1 of the day here at Thruxton. But we've got 2 more races to come, of course, because that's just the first of 3 here in round 8 of the championship. And well, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, we're going to take a brief breather, but we will be back in approximately 7 to 8 minutes time for the build up to race number 2. And based on race number 1, you're not going to want to miss the next race of the day. We will see you once again very shortly after this word from our title sponsor for this season, Doble Motorcycles. If you are looking to buy your next 2-wheeled machine or ATV, why not consider Doble Motorcycles? Home to an expansive full range of Honda motorcycles, scooters, off-road bikes and ATVs, Doble Motorcycles is the UK's leading Honda motorcycle dealer. However, do not just take our word for it. Having won numerous awards over the years, including 3 Motorcycle News Dealer of the Year awards, and being nominated for many more, including Honda Dealer of the Year 4 times, the Doble family-run business prides itself on customer service, and it shows. Add to this the family's rich racing history through 3 generations, as currently embodied by Mikey Doble Racing, with Mikey chasing glory in the BTCC, and you can be certain that you will receive excellent customer service from lights out to checkered flag. So if you'd like to know more, check out their website today at doble.co.uk. Speaking of Mikey Doble Racing, if you'd like to support Mikey as he pushes it to the limit out on track, you can do so by following the Mikey Doble Racing Facebook page as seen on screen. Additionally, if you want to represent the 88 Army at a BTCC weekend, Mikey Doble Racing has some fantastic merchandise available just for you, as may be found either via the Mikey Doble Racing Facebook page or alternatively in the Doble Motorcycle store at dobledirect.co.uk. Don't miss out on being a part of the 88 Army today. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back for race 2 of 3 here in round 8 of the NXTCC Season 8, powered by Doble Motorcycles and brought to you on iRacing. And once again, we're here at the Thruxton circuit for what is expected to be another race of questionable conditions. The clouds are looming in the distance, you can see them in the rear of the picture, and after a rain-plagued race number 1 that saw our slick starters end up having to switch for the wets in the pits, and those who tried to survive fell far down the order, and perhaps most notably Jaroslaw Cebula. Well, race number 2, from what we're seeing on the forecast, could be an all-wet race. Albeit the rain's not here at the moment, but is expected to fall in approximately 10 minutes' time. But as all our drivers get set and ready to go once again, well, it gives us a prime opportunity to do a little bit of a reset and also point out a couple of crazy statistics from race number 1, including our M12 from Aztec Racing of Lewis Mason and Gabriel Yilmaz. They were both drivers who started from the pit lane and started on the wet compound and gambled on that strategy, and it paid off for them. Here is Gabriel Yilmaz on the screen. I briefly caught up with Lewis Mason following race number 1. He pointed out, you do realise I started from the pit lane. I did come in and change the tyres, but I do believe he may have had to come into the pits to serve what was a drive-through penalty, unless I'm mistaken, for a jump start. But in fact, probably not that, given he started from the pit lane, so therefore I think that jump start was for a different driver, and I've got Lewis mixed up with somebody else. But what a drive from them to the pair to finish, one inside, just inside the top 10, and the other P11 from the pit lane. But that goes to show you, you don't need to be the fastest out there, you need to pick the right tyre and just stick to your guns, and that is exactly how it will work. But also, speaking of a driver who stuck to his guns and hasn't given up, none other than Andy Fox. And well, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to get a word from the man who managed to pull off what was a P7 and a return to the top 10 after so long. And well, let's get a patch through into the car with Andy. Good evening to you, Andy. Have you got time for a quick word?
Yeah, always.
Andy,
well, especially this week anyway.
I was going to say, I mean, it's a week where we finally have seen you complete at least lap 1 of race 1 without things going horrifically wrong, and in the end, a run from P29 to P7. I mean, you must be over the moon.
Yeah, it was one of them. Looking at the weather radar before the race definitely helped. Starting on wets, I think, was the right choice, and then I was happy with going backwards for the first few laps because I knew hopefully it would come to me, so I just took it easy and tried to stay out of trouble.
Well, it definitely paid off, and from what I'm hearing on the forecast, we've got plenty more rain potentially to come in race number 2. Have you already thought about it with your Goldwing Motorsport teammates?
Yeah, it's. I think it's going to be wet again. I think the rain's going to start just as the race starts, I think. So it's going to be a wet one, I think.
Well, that's absolutely fair. And one last question, of course. It's Thruxton today. It's the first ever time we've raced it and the first time we've seen it on the iRacing simulator. I mean, for yourself and the team, it must be a happy moment as well because we've got another one of the key British circuits here on the simulator.
Well, yeah, it's a superb circuit. I mean, it's so fast. It is. It's a real test of bravery, should I say?
Oh, most definitely. Well, with that, we'll leave you to it and let you brave the conditions.
All right, thank you very much.
So hearing it there from Andy Fox, ladies and gentlemen, a very happy Andy Fox, no doubt about that, and will now get himself to go racing once again. And well, coming from inside the car, and well, without further ado, we are now less than a minute from going racing once again. And I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, with regards to what happened to William Guthrie, and you may have seen it posted in what was the chat, the chats across whether it's YouTube, Facebook or Twitch, he had a slowdown from track limits at the end of the final lap of the race, and given the pressure from Dan Mole behind, he didn't get the opportunity to serve the slowdown, and that is why William Guthrie picked up a black flag that demoted him to a P15 finish. The stewards will look at it after the race to see whether it was possible for him to serve it, and they will decide whether to reinstate the position. It's not the first time we've had positions reinstated due to black flags that were unservable, such as at Magny Core back in season 7 for a number of drivers, but that will be a story for after the racing today. But a story for now is it is time for us to head to the grid for our second race of the day. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, as our drivers make the way onto the grid, this is how they'll line up for the second attack of Thruxton. Dan Mould starts on pole position after that victory in race number 1 for SO NXTGEN Gold. He is joined on the front row of the grid by Ben Gregory, the pro and pole sitter and winner from race 1. He's going to have to do it all again now in race number 2 for Full Tilt Motorsport ahead of Ben Altria, his teammate just behind who starts P3. P4, it's going to be Sam Brady for SO NXTGEN Gold ahead of Gavin Gardner, who starts P5 for Next Gen Pink. And could he put together a great string of results today? We'd love to see that. And he's ahead of Michael Lease, who starts P6 for JW Motorsport. And interesting to see pros on the right, primes on the left. But we break that trend, starting P7 for Andy Fox for Goldwyn Motorsport ahead of your Ampole sitter after his win in race 1 for Lewis Mason for Aztec Racing. And then have Wojciech Swierdowicz starting P9 for Semper Racing ahead of Sam Van Ols for Goldwyn Motorsport. And as we continue to make our way down the order, we then have started best of the rest P11 Aztec Racing's James Smatsesgal with Gabriel Yilmaz at P12 there for Aztec Racing. The second place AM driver will then be followed up on where's the 7th row of the grid by Benjamin McCluskey at P13 for Next Gen Pink ahead of Kieran Smart for Track Scotland. Then we have William Guthrie P15 for Full Tilt Motorsport ahead of Andrew Pike for the Sim Racing Collective. Keep in mind, of course, that for Guthrie, he's now going to be back to look to attack as much as possible, given the misfortune that belied him over the ending of race number 1. From where's the 8th row of the grid to row number 9, Mikey Doble starts P17 for Doble Sim Racing ahead of teammate Isaac. And then we do see Jaroslaw Cebula starting P19 for Next Gen Pink ahead of Matthew Cheverton, who completes your top 20 for Aztec Racing. P21, it's Luca Monroe for United Sim Team ahead of Alan McCain for Iris Esports. And as we continue to look down the order on the 12th row of the grid, it'll be Joe Doble for Doble Sim Racing and Alex Meda for Next Gen Orange Whiskey Runners, who'll be hoping for a little bit more of an impact in this race compared to the first one. On row 13, starting P25, it's Nick Clemens of Iris Esports, who did very well at the start of race 1, but it all went backwards early on in the grass, and therefore he won't be wanting to experience that twice. Another driver will be looking to go forwards this time, not backwards, will be Stuart Winus, who did well to try and hold on until the rain really came down hard, and the Track Scotland driver now has to do it all from P26, but we know he's got the pace to win in the prime class. Russell Fowler starts P27 for Rhino Esports, head of Jake Pitt for Aztec Racing, and then behind him it will be to complete the top 30, Duncan Rise for Goldwyn Motorsport, and Mark Sykes, the Englishman for Next Gen Orange Whiskey Runners, who took P3 in the AM class, a long-awaited return to the AM podium. Can he make it 2 races out of 2 on that podium? Tom Davidson starts P31 for the Sim Racing Collective, a very fast driver here, not to be underestimated, ahead of Matthew Williams for Cymru Motorsport. And will the Welshman be looking now to push further towards the AM podium after a great debut race, ahead of Lee Horn for Next Gen Orange Whiskey Runners Racing and Jamie Dory for Next Gen Pink. We'll then have on row 18, Jonathan Collins for Next Gen Orange Whiskey Runners ahead of Dylan Hunter, who is going to be absolutely looking to tear his way through the field after that good recovery drive in race 1 for DH Racing. And then we do have to complete what is row 19, Sam Smith for Iris Esports, Craig Tillison for Rhino Academy, and on row 20 to complete the top 40, Andy Chell for Quartmass Motorsport and Marcel Fritsch for Rhino Academy, who struggled in race 1 and will be looking not to have the struggles of race 1 once again. On P41, it's Sammy Arriba for Quartmass Motorsport ahead of SO NXTGEN Gold's Adam Delman after that early retirement, and then Eduardo Gonzaga starts P43 for National Racing Team ahead of Callum Murray for SO NXTGEN Gold. Well, last but not least, P45, it being Lewis Delmont for SO NXTGEN Gold. The two teammates starting from the back of the field after their premature retirements in race number 1. They'll be hoping for much better fortunes in race 2, but as we look to the front, it's from the back of the field for SO NXTGEN Gold to the front of the field for SO NXTGEN Gold. And it's to Dan Mould, who knows he's got his work cut out, as it looks like everybody opted to start on the wet tyre here, ladies and gents, but nobody gambling on the slick. And therefore, as they get ready to roll, the lights are going on. Dan Mould looks to make it 2 out of 2. It's 1 red light, 2 red lights, 3 red lights, 4 red lights, 5 red lights. And it's lights out and away we go for the second time today, and Dan Mould gets a brilliant start, a slow start meanwhile there for what was the car further back. Oh, that's Sam Bradley who falls backwards down the order, but Dan Mould at least nailing it as the circuit is already damp as well, intriguingly. So therefore, before they've even got running, some rain has fallen, and as Gregory tries to attack him, looking from one side, see how Ben Gregory absolutely switched on. Here comes also Ben Altria. The Full Tilt Motorsport drivers are swarming here like bees, trying to avenge the fallen comrade who's fallen down the order, and as they make their way in towards what will be turn number 4, well, right now up the inside, it will be Dan Mould defending, but we do hear that Ben Gregory has received a jump start penalty. A black flag has been applied, so Gregory will be into the pit lane for a drive-through within the next couple of laps. So that is already a spin in the tail, so a bit eager there from Ben Gregory, but as the drivers make the way on through at turn number 5 for the Noble Corner, wins Goodwood they go, and all the field now starting to decide to move down to single line formation as Andrew Pye on the attack and Matthew Sheraton behind, still side by side there with Mikey Doble. But as rain begins to fall over Goodwood Corner, all the drives coming on down. The headlights are on as well here. Visibility is a little bit poor, and Mikey Doble and Matthew Sheridan are still fighting side by side as they roll their way through the right-hander of Church and on towards Brooklands they go. No driver yet backing off. Luca Monroe has also had a decent start, making his way into P23 on the charge here, and as he tries to battle his way past Nick Clemens, the Audi driver on his outside, well, right now you can see Clemens on the left of your picture in the HP Compact machine. I believe that's a tribute livery to a BTCC machine of about 10 years ago. And on to base they go. Well, car's got very deep. That's Kieran Smart on the track, Scotland Elantra, and as all our drivers make 2 by 2 on through the club chicane, well, they all settle down and go on to lap number 2. But as they do, we can see here your leader Dan Mould under impressive pressure from Ben Ultrier, and Ultrier looking every which way as they come out of Allards and in towards what will be at turn number 2. Once again onto the brakes they go for Campbell Corder, rolling off the brakes and through Cobb. It's going to stay as is, and then P3 it's Michael Lees, who is your Pro-Am leader, not your Am leader, your Pro-Am leader. He's picked up where Sam Bradley fell at the start, and also Ben Greary's picked up that drive through for the jump start for the JWM Motorsport drivers. Had a brilliant start to this race, and then we can see what is there: Gareth Gardner, Wojciech Swerdych, Sam Bradley, Andy Fox still P7 after starting it, Sam Vanol's P8, William Guthrie P9, already up what is 6 places since the start is William Guthrie, so a brilliant start for the number 36 driver. And Lewis Mason, your Am pole sitter, looking to make it 2 Am wins out of 2. Well, right now, keeping it all together. But as our drives roar the way on through, we've had some early drama in this race as well, particularly involving, I believe, at Dylan Hunter, and we take a look back at exactly what's happened. Well, this is Dylan Hunter already in the scene of an incident, and I believe that is at Campbell. But what exactly set him off at DH Racing? Well, let's take a look back a bit earlier, and this was side-by-side between Hunter and the SO Next Gen car, Dan Mould, I think it is, and Hunter in the end being turned out of Allards to the barrier. Oh, goodness me, a nasty knock to the metal barrier, and, well, I think then Mould being a bit eager to try and make progress, and the 26 of Hunter falling by the wayside. In fact, was that Dan Mould? No, it wasn't Dan Mould. Let me correct myself there. That is Adam Delmont making that contact, and, well, Dylan Hunter's race in the end has had to be towed to the pit lane as a result. A nasty incident there, and that being one of the main incidents of the start of this race. And, well, I believe there's also been an incident for Eduardo Gonzaga further back. We haven't quite got a replay of that in the moment, as Lewis Mason still tapping onto the rear of Sam Van Ols. But looking further down the order, we look to Jamie Dorey, who right now trying to make some progress here in the battle to get inside the top 20. And keeping in mind as well, remember after this race we could have anywhere between a top 13 and a top 23 reverse grid, so you want to be 23 or higher in terms of your finishing position, or P23 or higher I should say, and Jamie Dorey in the last of those places. But as they make the way out of what was there, the right-hander of Seagrave in towards Noble. Oh my goodness, there's a car around, and well, that is a car parked, and what I believe that was James Smazesgow parked there. I'm not quite sure what's happened, but Smazesgow in the end in a car that just sat there. Nick Clemens, I think, unsighted, and was come straight into the scene of hitting Smazesgow's car. We take a look back at what happened there from the onboard, and Nick Clemens, he's come through the corner. Car's drifted at this point, he's got nowhere to go, and well, Nick Clemens, I don't think was aware. By the time the yellows were waved, he wouldn't have seen it, and Nick Clemens' race brought to an abrupt halt. They're going on through Noble. But meanwhile, coming back to your live racing pictures, we look back to the leader here of Mould, and Mould right now still holding on as they come towards the end of lap 3. The rain is now falling in force, so therefore these wet tyres will now start to be entering the operating window. But speaking of operating windows here, well, right now Wojciech Swerdych just starting to enter his window of attack as he looks up the inside to Allards versus Michael Lees. Lees losing out there as Swerdych takes the place. Lees is going to try and come back here out of Allards in towards Campbell, and onto the brakes they go. Can't find it, and Swerdych puts the car in the middle of the road and says we can try it, but I'm going to defend this. Meanwhile, there's a sizable gap of 3 seconds here to William Guthrie, who, whilst all this has been going on, Guthrie has carved his way to P5. Guthrie is absolutely attacking out there right now, and in the space of what is 3 laps has moved from a 15th place start to P5. Well, right now, based on this pace, you would think that Guthrie could be on course to win this, because he is absolutely flying. He's got no weight to the car as well, which will be aiding him as a huge sideways moment there for what was Sam Bradley just behind. Gavin Goddard P7 ahead of Andy Fox. These two exchange places, but right now William Guthrie is the man on a mission to win after being denied the win in race number 1, and who could blame him? Meanwhile, further back on his debut in race 1 as a P4 in the AM class, and right now Matthew Williams, as he takes a slight sideways run on through Goodwood Corner there for Cymru Motorsport. Well, the Welshman right now is in P3 in the AM class, chasing after Gabriel Yilmaz by a second, but here comes Sam Smith up the inside, change of overall position, not of what will be class position, and Williams backs out of it there, recognising the fact he doesn't need to fight with Smith. P5 as they come down through what was the run of Church there. Smart driving from Williams and really focusing on the race that he needs to race. Oh, goodness me, that's a huge loss of control for Jonathan Collins. Puts it onto the grass, catches it in time, and he's chasing after Williams. And Jonathan Collins doing an incredible job of catching that car, but that could have been far, far worse if he'd just not been able to bring it back at that last possible moment. Mark is inside, will go Mark Sykes, so we change man place there for Collins. He'll drop down to P5 in the cars as Andy Chell now looks to try and also get involved. But as they come out of club and onwards towards the next lap, also further back, Tom Davidson and Lee Horn, they've swapped place in the rear of the pitch. We had a slow run for Lewis Delmont through club chicane. He tucks in behind Callum Murray, and Murray, the AM driver there, will right now move up to P7 in the AM class at all of this and looking to try and close down Chell, who's a couple of places further up the road as we see Smagscale there leaving the pit lane after having the repair work done on the car after the altercation with Nick Clibbins at Noble. But as we see there, the swap of places for Delmont and Murray, with Delmont tucking up the inside and Murray letting the place go. Well, young Lewis right now continues to build up the experience and push it as much as he possibly can as he roars his way on through the course, drifted sideways there, coming on through Seagrave, and will from then we look all the way to the back to the front of the field, and you can see Mould absolutely being chased. Sweardich almost loses it there, coming out of Village, going into Church Quarter, catches the car, and all three tries, Mould, Ultree and Sweardich throwing it all the way to the ragged edge of adhesion, and then some, as there you can see what was Clemens there going sideways chasing after Lees, but Sam Bradley right now has got Guthrie, McCluskey, Gardner and Pye all queuing up. In fact, you've got a long queue of about what is 20 cars behind Sam Bradley right now, all chased after P5 and Bradley at this point. As we look back from the rear of the number 69 Honda, well, you can imagine as we see there McCluskey and Guthrie going side by side, with McCluskey with a daring move under braking, lovely work into club there. The next gen peak driver makes the move steer. Well, Bradley right now is just getting everybody to fight each other, and if he can keep doing that, he may just be able to walk off with what is that P5. As they come onto the next lap, we can see there now Gavin Gardner under pressure, Mikey Doble, and will Doble getting closer and closer as Fox and Doble, I think, are going to reignite a bit of a battle here that we saw earlier on in the season, and Fox trying to hold around the outside here into Campbell. That'll put him on the inside of Cobb, but I think Doble's already got a nose ahead here into the braking zone. Yes, he has, and therefore Mikey Doble makes the plays. Isaac Doble cuts a little bit loose, looks inside, there's a tap between the two of them, and Isaac Doble there deciding, you know what, he's got to go all in for it. Well, they'll get away with it. There was a little love tap between the two of them, but I think no more than that, if they possibly can, because otherwise we might see somebody after, as Joe Doble, who started all the way down in what was P23. He's up to P13 in all of this, as he takes a very, very narrow run into Goodwood, and as he does so, the Knowles right now trying to pin him to the inside. Kieran Smart looking around the outside, they come into contact with each other, they're both off the road, as Doble slides out to the grass. There's going to be a long trip towards the barrier, and in the end Sam Van Olst also almost going with him there, and does to a small extent, and I don't think there was enough room for the two of them to coexist, and in the end they both leave their existence off the circuit. But as Vidal's rejoins sooner than Joe Doble, we'll try and get a replay of that when we can, but that was definitely a very close one there. I think both tries didn't mean anything malicious by it. As meanwhile, Kieran Smart right now finds himself on a free wide with his teammate, and also Jaroslaw Cebula, who's on the inside, and well, it's going to be Winus who goes between the two of them and takes the place, and Stuart Winus moves back into P3 in the Brown class, P13 overall, as Cebula drops to P14, but here comes Smart. Smart in the Elantra looking up the inside of Cebula as they go on to another lap. We're not even halfway through this race, and as they come on through the right hand of Cebula, they're pinning Smart to the inside apex curve. Smart takes a drift as a result with a puddle that's formed there. The rain is really building now into Allards and indeed around the whole circuit, so therefore there's going to start to be the fear of aquaplaning if they do drive into a major puddle. But Cebula absolutely sticking in it to win it right now and trying to keep the tighter cars from behind him from getting on through. But as they do, well, we look back to the front of the field, and Wojciech Swierdowicz has been making haste and found his way past Ben Ultria on that previous lap of camera. Dan Mould right now still trying to hold on to the lead. But keep in mind that Mould does have the maximum success ballast in this car, so therefore it does mean he's carrying a very heavy Veloster, although I believe Swierdowicz is also running the maximum ballast. Oh my goodness, and there's that contact! Mould's into the barrier, and Swierdowicz goes with him! Oh my goodness, and that's both the drivers out of this race, and Ben Ultria, who must have been watching that in front of him unfold. Well, I think there was a tiny tap from Swierdowicz to the back of Mould's car, and in the end Mould on that wet track surface into the wet runoff area, he became a passenger, but that is a huge shunt, and that is going to completely turn the complexion of this race upside down as Ben Ultria just simply now carries on. But we take a look back at what happened there, ladies and gentlemen. And this is the exterior cameras firstly, and Mould, it looks as they came on down in towards the approach of Church. Did Mould just lose the rear of the car? That's the big question. Well, we will try and get on board here with Mould. Let's listen in. and it looks though there, at least from that picture, Mould losing it as he tried to break the car down the hill in towards Church. Can we get an onboard with Swierdowicz is the question. Well, we are going to get an onboard with Swierdowicz. Let's take a look at this. And, well, that camera angle would potentially suggest there was a tap between the two of them. I think Swierdowicz has been caught blindsided, and in return, Mould then just a passenger and ricocheting off the barrier, and the two of them having a huge coming together. I think they'll talk about it afterwards, and, well, I can tell you one thing, between the two of them, both drivers won't have meant anything by it, but that's what can happen at these speeds and in these braking zones. Mould, being on that slightly tighter inside line, would have had to have broken earlier, but right now, two drivers making their way through the corner, and no such theatrics this time. Michael Lees dives to take the lead, but takes too much speed into Church Corner, and as they head up towards Brooklands, Trier retakes the lead back and roaring their way upwards towards what will be Club. Trier right now to go defensive with the fact that Michael Lees fancies his chances here of taking an overall win, not just a prime win, and we'll give the fact that Michael Lees loses the rear of the car, and while I was just about to say he's been a prime in the past, and he's moved back to prime for this season, Lees there almost losing it into Club, and now I think we think of the bigger picture, which is perhaps I should just get the car home. Meanwhile, Sam Bradley rejoins. He's had a major moment at Club, and what I believe there, that's also the car of what is, unless I'm very much mistaken, Jaroslaw Cebula going quite slowly, so perhaps the two of them had a bit of a coming together going on through the Club chicane, as I'm hearing that Sam Bradley right now, well, as he brings it on through, in fact, Benjamin McCluskey, that was McCluskey on the motor, as Bradley goes around the outside, and what as they do, well, Sam Bradley there absolutely nailing it. My goodness, is that a 3-for-1 pass going in toward, out of Allen's in towards none other than what was there, I believe, Campbell, I think it was. We've got a car off the road, and that is the car of Benjamin McCluskey that's struggling. I think there's been some contact between Bradley and McCluskey, because these two have definitely been unsettled at about the same time. Have we got a replay to understand what's happened? And I think, yes, we have, and in fact, we can get the story on what happened. Well, we do look to as they made their way through. This was McCluskey, and well, I believe, oh goodness me, and a huge snap wide there and around almost for what was Sam Bradley and McCluskey being hit as a result as Bradley tried to get the car under control, and that explains the story, and that's why everyone was having to try and go around full wide for a brief moment there as they all evaded McCluskey's straggling car, but that is the story then why McCluskey has gone so much further down the order compared to Bradley, who had a moment of his own, but nothing in the calibre of the damage that was done to McCluskey's car as a result of the contact between them. We return to your live racing pictures, and as we do, Isaac Doble now and Mikey Doble, the two Doble Sim Racing brothers, they're P5, P6 respectively. Isaac ahead of Mikey, but they've got Stuart Winers and Jaroslaw Cebula for company, and they're all fighting each other this time as they head on towards what will be lap number 10. We've still got plenty of distance to go here, ladies and gents, but this racing is not stopping yet. Indeed, the intensity is only increasing, much like the intensity of the rain. And in all this, Sam Bradley being attacked by Kieran Smart and Matthew Sheraton getting involved for third place in the prime class, and Sam Bradley's dream race number 2 is falling away from him very quickly. And well, these tenacious conditions as Sheraton looks at the inside there, Bradley in towards the chicane. And into left they go, a Cobb, and as they do, covered on through, and now in towards what will be Seagrave they go. Well, no way through at the moment, and well, you can see there, Sam Bradley absolutely digging in, but Sheraton's looking one way, then the other. He's now going to look to the inside, and Noble gets the door forced open here in that Elantra. Bradley's going to try and pinch him to the apex, but in the end, he's going to be allowed to exist alongside him as they make the way around, and as they do, we ride aboard here. Matthew Sheraton has to back out there on the outside of Goodwood. There's only one way to go, and if you stay on the outside, you're going to end up in the grass. You see Bradley losing it almost there. Sheraton right now fighting at the steering wheel as he cuts back to the inside, coming down from Village in towards Church. They go too wide into the braking zone here, and Sheraton's going to go all in for this move. As he does so, he drifts his way over the apex there. Brilliant racing respect shown between the two drivers, and Matthew Sheraton, the 390 car, with his profile picture there, tells you anything about it is that he has got the absolute stare of steel, and there he's got the absolute nerves of steel as well in order to get the job done as he now makes his way up into Club. And here comes, oh my good lord, and is that Andy Fox coming charging? I think it is. I think Fox just aquaplane under braking, and in the end, the car, the next gen pit car, Jamie Dory being sent on. Andy Fox, meanwhile, does get it back together, but Jamie Dory, well, I think he's recovered as well, and Fox, I think, just struggling to bring it back together. It's absolute chaos, and well, meanwhile, whilst all this is going on, we'll further up the order. You look to Andrew Pike here, and Andrew Pike has been quietly making his way up the order, given the fact he started P16 in this race. Pike has made made his way into P2. He's made his way through the order, and he is closing Ben Altria down absolutely like a rocket here. And Pike right now is the fastest of everybody out here by almost a whole second. Now, to be fair to his car, he hasn't got any success ballast in this car for the Sim Racing Collective, but at the same time, to be driving like this in Honda, we did say to him in the build-up today, he loves Thruxton. It's his local circuit, and it's a circuit he was hoping the rain would come at, and I think all these factors are coming together now, and Pike is absolutely attacking as they make the way on through what is turn number 8. They're coming out of church, and Pike's going to go for the move. He's going to go for the lead of this race as Altria there goes out wide, takes a lot of the exit curb, and the water on there causes him to become unsettled, and Andrew Pike just simply makes his way, sails his way into lead, if you will, in the Preceded Honda as he comes down to the brakes. But as he makes his way right, left, right here, the Sim Racing Collective driver absolutely channeling right now the BTCC spirit of his heroes of old. And as he makes his way onwards towards lap number, what is number 12 right now for Pike, you can imagine this could be a victory that's going to have been a long time coming indeed. You would have to look back, I believe, unless I'm mistaken, the best part of what would be 4 seasons since the previous race 2 win we have seen in the race day for Andrew Pike, and right now, could he pull it off? Well, we'll have to wait and see. Let's not put the commentator's curse on him, as meanwhile Stuart Winus battling side by side here with Mikey Doble. Doble looking around the outside and looking to make a bit more progress. Jaroslaw Cebula just in front, and keep in mind of course that Winus right now is separating the 2 major contenders in the overall Drivers' Championship, and will Doble, after finishing ahead of Cebula in race 1 after the complete unfathomable turn of events, well, right now Doble once more here, he wants to add to the damage in race 2, and as he looks at the inside to Noble, he's going to make Winus have to back off there as they head too wide in. Will it be too wide out? And well, Doble there not able to make the pressure stick, and in turn Winus manages to hold on as Kieran Smart trying to keep Gavin Gardner at bay. As Gardner looking around the outside, they're coming through Goodwood. These drivers right now absolutely showing you can go too wide at Thruxton even in these inclement conditions, and absolutely giving it everything. And whilst all this is happening, we've also got some battling going on in the AM class. Let's not forget our AM drivers here. Mark Sykes chasing after Matthew Williams with Gabriel Yilmaz in front. Also we do see there Marcel Fritsch trying to catch up, and this is all in the hunt of P3 in the AM class. 4 drivers chasing it down as rapidly as possible. Unfortunately, Eduardo Gonzaga, who you see in the rear of the picture, is a lap down. Otherwise, we'd be saying it's 5 drivers in the hunt. But right now, all these drivers together, and Callum Murray, meanwhile, is 3.5 seconds ahead in the SL and NXTGEN Gold Honda in the 899, trying to hold on to P2 in his first ever AM podium in his NXTCC career as he pushed onwards, and Lewis Mason being the best part of what is 11 seconds up the road, leading the AM class comfortably. But meanwhile, look back through your picture, and our cameraman focuses on it, and that is Gabriel Yilmaz having to go defensive in the middle of the road, as meanwhile Matthew Williams and Mark Sykes battle side by side in the fight of the Audis. Williams looking around the outside, and Sykes there backs out on that inside line, and Matthew Williams takes the P4 in the AM class, and now he just needs to take on Yilmaz for what will be his first ever NXTCC podium in his debut week, as they make their way across the timing line. 4 laps to go as they roar their way through, and Yilmaz absolutely trying to hold on as much as they can as they come through turn 1 in towards 2. We look back from the rear of Yilmaz's car, and will Yilmaz going defensive? We know that Yilmaz a very strong defensive driver. The Aztec Racing drivers typically known for how well they can defend over the distance of racing, and will Yilmaz being a prime example of them, and we do love to see it when they put on the defensive masterclass, and he's doing everything he can in order to make sure that Williams doesn't find a way through us. There's a huge slide for Sykes in the rear of the picture. Marcel Fritsch inches closer, but he has got Benjamin McCluskey trying to make his way on through, as well as the drivers all roar their way up in towards nowhere they go, and Fritsch backs out there knowing it's not worth risking it. He's not battling with that driver. Meanwhile, whilst all this is playing out between them, we look to Lewis Mason, who right now is gradually being elbowed down the order by pros and primes around him, as that is a huge moment there for the Irish esports car, Alan McCain, who just about gets it together after aquaplaning off of the exit curb there coming out of Church Corner. My goodness, there's a number of drivers here today. If they don't play cricket, well, they definitely should give it a try as a fielder, because they can catch things like no other, as it's absolute pandemonium here. There's a tap. Mason taps what is the side of the car of Lewis Delmont. Delmont brings it back together. Mason backs off, and Alan McCain picks his way between the 2. He uses them a slalom. It's all absolute chaos here as they head on to lap number 14, but they all bring it together and just about survive it. Andy Fox, meanwhile, for the benefit of some of you out there, including Zihao Liu, where you can see it is Andy Fox who's battling his way back up after a dramatic midpoint of the race. He's in P18 all over the back of Jake Pitt, just trying to gain some more places to give himself a chance of being in reverse grid pole, but as he comes on through Seagrave and up toward Noble. Well, right now, I think Pitt's trying to stick in it to hold on to Piso Team because he will not want to lose out on a potential reverse grip opportunity. But I have to wait and see as the drivers make the way on around through Noble here. And whilst all that's happening outside of the top 10, inside the top 10, William Guthrie, who we were talking about earlier, was absolutely rocking his way forward. Well, since then, it does seem as though now that pace has finally hit a bit of a brick wall in the fact that he's caught up to the back of what is their Isaac Doble for P4, but he's not going any further anytime soon as they head on the rise. As meanwhile, Cebula just behind has got Mikey Doble for pressure. These are the two championship rivals as Cebula is defending hard as they make the way into Club Corner. The long traffic jam of cars has got Stuart Winus on the back of it. Kieran Smart going sideways. We ride on board here with Mikey Doble as he chases after Cebula, and well, Doble will know if he finishes directly behind Cebula, he will not lose out too much. He'll essentially balance out the effects of what was race number one. But the flip side of the coin being here, ideally, to keep your championship lead alive, you want to be able to finish ahead of your rival at any cost where possible, even if it's just literally directly ahead of them, as they all queue up here, coming down in towards the first chicane. Through turns 2, 3 and 4 they go. Campbell, then Cobb, and as they come through the left hand, you can see Cebula having to go slightly defensive here as they make the way through. It is an absolute nightmare for Cebula, even for Doble, in the fact that if you go defensive too much, your rival around you will just, or the rival behind you will just simply take the place off you, but you don't want to lose time to the guys in front. And you can see that Cebula really having to shut the brakes on, but struggling there for grip as they come out of Noble. And Doble looking around the outside here, and this could have huge implications to the championship going to Australia if the results go a particular way today after race 1, and here we are in race 2. But as they come out of the corner, we can see Cebula go defensive. Doble trying to pin him all the way through Village in towards Church. Now looking to the outside, Cebula breaks early there, covering off the middle of the road, and Doble looks to cut back, but he can't do it. He'll cut too much, and Cebula knows exactly where to put the car to frustrate the Audi RS3 of Doble as they power their way down Brooklands, up towards Club they go. You can see Winus and Smart, the Track Scotland drivers, they're watching on the popcorn seat view here, the proverbial one that is. They head into the brakes, and now it's going to be a look up the inside for Doble. Cebula leaves the door open, slides loose, there's no contact. Cebula just loses control, catches the car, and Mikey Doble putting on absolutely unwithstandable pressure, moves into P6, and a brilliant piece of driving and battling between the two of them. And well, now Cebula under pressure, and Winus, who looks like the inside into Allards but can't quite find it. The lead, meanwhile, in the hands of Andrew Pike is 5 seconds clear of Ben Altria. But meanwhile, whilst all this has been going on, we look at Alex Meredith here, who looks to go free winder back with Ben Gregory and Joe Doble through Allards. He's trying to take what is P13 off of Joe Doble to guarantee himself on that reverse grid. But right now, Doble's got other ideas about it as they head in towards Campbell, coming onto the brakes, and Doble going defensive as much as he can. Meredith looking to cut back as he makes his way through the left-hander and up towards what will be turn number 4 at Seagrave. No way in at the moment, and Gregory, meanwhile, just being allowed to hold on there for P12 and feel quite comfortable. Elsewhere in the running order, I do believe that things have calmed down the AM class to a degree, in the fact the main battle now is Matthew Williams versus Mark Sykes, the P4. Gabriel Yilmaz haven't pulled away. There they are briefly on your screen. The two Audi drivers, Sykes is ahead of Williams here as they break the way into Campbell, and through the right-hander they go. Luca Monroe, they're going a bit sideways just in the rear of the picture. But meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, we must look to this man, because in the Sim Racer Collective 57, he started all the way down in P16. He had the pace at a circuit he loves, in conditions he absolutely cherishes. And for Andrew Pike, it's been a long time since we said it, but he takes the checkered flag in the 57 Honda by what is 5.3 seconds to take victory over Ben Altria for 42B Motorsport. And then it will be Michael Lee's third place in the overall podium, but his first win in the Prime class for 2 seasons for the 55 driver, ahead of Isaac Doble, with William Guthrie P5 ahead of Mikey Doble, who drove hard to finish P6 ahead of Stuart Winus, Kieran Smart, Matthew Sheraton, Gavin Golovich is P10, Jaroslaw Cebula finishes P11 in the end in a late fall for Grace, and I suspect that might have been due to the pressure put on him and the tyre temperatures going through the roof. We've still got more finishes to come. Lewis Mason brings home the AM win for Aztec Racing, P22 back-to-back wins for him, P2 in the AM class as well. For his first ever AM podium, it'll be SO NXTGEN Gold's Callum Murray. What a drive there from him, and well, a great addition to the team, no doubt about it. And Mark Sykes will just in the end take third place in the AM class. What on earth's happened there? Because Yilmaz has lost out. We need to get a replay of that as soon as possible, because I think there's been some theatrics there. But Sykes will take another third place in the AM class after his third place in race 1, with Yilmaz just missed out and Matthew Williams finishing the runs to P5 in the AM class. But what a dramatic end between them. And what I think, ladies and gentlemen, we can immediately get a replay of what happened there. And in fact, here we are in that battle for what was third place right at the end. And this was Mark Sykes who got the better run out of Church Quarter, up through Brooklands they went. And as they did on the inside into Club, you could see Williams there behind, not really close enough to get involved. Yilmaz trying to outbrake Sykes, but Sykes on that inside line. Did he get it stopped? He just about got it stopped. Any later, and he would have been off into the weeds. But Mark Sykes there with a daring move to take that podium right to the end. Yilmaz was there out there with him, but it was not to be. As you can see, a freeway run to line, and Williams tried to sneak in for P4, but could not find it. But we look back to your live pictures, and as we do, well, what a race, ladies and gents. But tricky conditions for many, and well, a lot of our drivers making their way into the pit lane now as they come to the end of this race. But what a 16-lap thriller from start to finish, and what a win from Andrew Pike. Indeed, what a win across the class as well for Michael Lees in P3 overall, but winner of the Pro-Am, and for Lewis Mason here in P22, but winner of the AM class. 3 deserved winners. And well, that only means one thing, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for us to take a look at those race results, subject to any stewards' inquiries, before we set the table for what is race 3 to come. So without further ado, we now look to the scenic view, and here are those race results. And much like race 1, race 2 was blighted by weather, but this time it was all on the wet tyre for every single driver, and who could master the heavy flood and downpour. And in the end, the answer was simple. It was Andrew Pike who mastered the conditions to take victory by an absolutely brilliant 5.2 seconds for the Sim Racing Collective over Full Tilt Motorsports' Ben Altrier, who deserves credit for taking a P2, his best result as a pro driver since being moved to the class. Michael Lees, P3 there, your Pro-Am winner, and also an overall podium finish for the JWM Motorsport driver. And what a time it's been since we're able to say Michael Lees a Pro-Am winner, and he'll be absolutely pleased with that. Isaac Doble P4 for Doble Sim Racing, and a great driver ahead of William Guthrie. The Full Tilt V Motorsport driver pushed his way to P5, but in the end ran out of a bit of steam, but still to start P15 and finish P5 after the upset of race 1, that shows his character, and what a brilliant character he is. Mikey Doble, P6 there for Doble Sim Racing, a huge result on the way to his 4th title potentially, with the fact that between him and Jaroslaw Cebula, we did see a number of drivers finish between them, including Stuart Winus there for Track Scotland ahead of teammate Kieran Smart. A double podium for Track Scotland once again, P2, P3 in the Pro-Am class for them, P7, P8 on the overall running order. Matthew Sheraton, P9 there for Aztec Racing, just missing out on a Pro-Am podium, but a strong result all the same, and fended off Gavin Gardner to line, who finished P10 for NXTGEN Ping. Best of SP11, it was Joe Doble for Doble Sim Racing ahead of Ben Gregory for Full Tilt Motorsport, with Alex Meredith moving to P13. for NXTGEN Orange Whisk Runners. After that start from P24, a good result there for the Elantra driver. Had a Jamie Dory for NXTGEN Pink, and Sam Bradley there for SO and NXTGEN Gold, completing the overall top 15. The top 20 was then rounded out by what was firstly Jake Pitt ahead of Adam Delmont. Adam Delmont, who started all the way back from outside the top 40 to make his way to P17. A brilliant drive there, and credit where it's due. Duncan Rise P18 for Goldwyn Motorsport ahead of Lewis Delmont, with Alan McCain completing the top 20 after a few sideways moments. Behind the iRacing Esports driver, P21 for Lewis Mason, your AM winner for Aztec Racing, and well, Lee Horn taking P22. Tom Davison P23 ahead of Sam Smith, and Andy Fox P25, not the race 2 he wanted after that great race 1, but still he's had one good race at least, and we can definitely say that, and the Goldwyn Motorsport driver will be perhaps hoping that race number 3 can be a bit better. P26, Sam Van Olst ahead of Benjamin McCluskey, and then to round off the top 30 it was Callum Murray in his first ever AM podium for SO and NXTGEN Gold, a P2 in class, P28 overall, ahead of Mark Sykes, who made it back-to-back P3s in the AM class, with a P29 for NXTGEN Orange Whiskey Runners. Just behind him was Gabriel Yilmaz, who fended off Matthew Williams. Williams taking P31, and behind the Welshman Luca Monroe ahead of Marcel Fritsch, with Jaroslaw Cebula being demoted to P34 due to a post-race penalty. I believe that's an automated slowdown penalty potentially, but a frustrating end to the race for the NXTGEN Pink driver, who will now definitely need a huge result in race number 3 if he can find it. And then Craig Tillerson finishing P35, the last lead lap finisher there for Verano Academy. It was a lap down to Nick Clemens, Wojciech Swierdowicz, Eduardo Gonzaga, and also there, Russell Fowler and James Smassersgow to complete the top 40. A lap down as well to Dan Mould after the incident between himself and Swierdowicz. I'm sure they'll clear that up after the race. An unfortunate one at such a highly intense moment in the battle for the lead. Dylan Hunter there as well, a lap down P42 ahead of Andy Chell. 2 laps down to Sammy Ariba for Quartermaster Motorsport. And then Jonathan Collins, our sole retiree, P45. So in the end, 45 starters and what was 44 finishers, of which 35 on the lead lap, ladies and gentlemen, and that tees us up very nicely for race 3 of 3. One more race to go here today in the county of Hampshire at the Thruxton circuit, and we've had two absolutely stellar races so far, jaw-dropping races. But of course, now we need to get set for race number 3, and that does mean we need an all-important reverse grid draw. Well, hello to you guys and girls for the commentary booth. I hope you're all doing well and enjoying the racing so far. As always, we have the Lottery Bowl here, the Next Gen Racing Lottery Bowl. For the uninitiated, it has the numbers 6 through to 12 inside it. Very shortly, I'm going to close my eyes, shuffle the balls, and draw 2 balls out. We'll add the numbers together, and that's where we reverse the grid from. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let's get to what is the Lottery Bowl draw. So that is the shuffle, and a bit more of a shuffle. And without further ado, we will now take the first ball out of the bowl. And it is going to be, given we had 6 and 12 last time out, the number 6 makes another appearance. The number 6 has made the most appearances this season of any ball so far. I believe that's the 4th appearance. But what will it be joined by is the big question. Well, let's see. There's the shuffle. And we draw the ball, and we've had mostly low numbers. We've yet to hit any of the 20s in our reverse grids. And I don't believe it, ladies and gentlemen. It's 6 and 12 again. So it is a top 18 reverse grid. And with Jaroslaw Cebula being demoted outside of what was the top 18, it does mean that Duncan Moraes will be taking reverse grid pole and is joined on the front row by Adam Delmont, whose recovery from outside the top 40 to what was a P17 finish means he starts P2. Well, you couldn't make this up. We've seen the same 2 balls drawn in 2 weeks in a row. Well, that's a statistic. I'm sure somebody could run the maths on that in order to tell us what the percentage is on it, but I can tell you it's less than 1%. That is incredible, and we've got a race for it just around the corner. So we will be back in what will be approximately, I do believe, about 8 to 9 minutes time for the build-up to race 3. But until then, a word from our title sponsor, Doble Motorcycles. We will see you very shortly. If you are looking to buy your next 2-wheeled machine or ATV, why not consider Doble Motorcycles? Home to an expansive full range of Honda motorcycles, scooters, off-road bikes and ATVs, Doble Motorcycles is the UK's leading Honda motorcycle dealer. However, do not just take our word for it. Having won numerous awards over the years, including 3 Motorcycle News Dealer of the Year awards, and being nominated for many more, including Honda Dealer of the Year 4 times, the Doble family-run business prides itself on customer service, and it shows. Add to this the family's rich racing history through 3 generations, as currently embodied by Mikey Doble Racing, with Mikey chasing glory in the BTCC, and you can be certain that you'll receive excellent customer service from lights out to checkered flag. So if you'd like to know more, check out their website today at doble.co.uk. Speaking of Mikey Doble Racing, if you'd like to support Mikey as he pushes it to the limit out on track, you can do so by following the Mikey Doble Racing Facebook page as seen on screen. Additionally, if you want to represent the 88 Army at a BTCC weekend, Mikey Doble Racing has some fantastic merchandise available just for you, as may be found either via the Mikey Doble Racing Facebook page or alternatively in the Doble Motorcycle store at dobledirect.co.uk. Don't miss out on being a part of the 88 Army today. And we are back one more time, ladies and gentlemen, for the last time today for race 3 of 3 of round 8 of season 8 of the Next Gen Racing Touring Car Championship powered by Doble Motorcycles here at the Thruxton circuit in the United Kingdom. It has been a circuit that we've all wanted to see, and well, the results and the racing has explained exactly why we wanted to see it, because we have had two absolute thrillers of races, and the addition of changing conditions as well has only made it better. But as race number 3 gets ready to get underway, well, we did see some drama in race number 2, and perhaps the most notable drama being the contact between Wojciech Swiatek and Dan Mould in their battle for the lead coming down to Church Corner, which in the end saw both drivers relegated to the back of the field come the end of the race, and well, it really opened up the way for Andrew Pike to absolutely charge them through. And it's become his second win of the season, but like we said earlier, his first race 2 win of a very long time. But I do believe his other win of the season coming in race number 3, unless I'm statistically creating an anomaly, and the number 57 driver from the Sim Racing Collective will now be looking to race number 3 and thinking, what can he do from starting P18 with all the success ballast in the car in conditions that continue to prove absolutely inclement? Well, that's the question only he can answer. But in speaking of drivers who also demonstrated some great prowess further down the field, we did see a good drive from Callum Murray to take his first what was AM podium with that P2 in the AM class. In fact, I think we might be able to grab a quick word with Callum as he makes his way on down towards what will be the broken zone there for club. And we're going to try and get the patch through to the car for Callum when he makes his way onto the start-finish straight. So give us a brief moment, ladies and gentlemen, and we will try and catch a word with him. As he makes his way out the corner, we get a patch through. And Callum, can we grab a quick word with you?
Yeah.
Callum, congratulations firstly on your first AM podium of the season, the previous race, a P2 in class. Tricky conditions out there, but you pulled it off.
Thank you, yeah. Well, it was a good race.
Oh, without a doubt. It looks like you're having a lot of fun out there, and that Honda under your fingertips does seem to like to dance in the rain.
I'm only just getting used to it now. Like I've had some bad races.
Well, you may have had a couple of bad races, but you had a positive one, and one more to go today. Have you set yourself any targets for this final race?
Finish it.
Well, that's absolutely fair. We'll let you focus on finishing it, and we'll see you at the checkered flag.
Thank you, mate. Thank you.
So hearing there quickly from Callum Murray, and well, I think very on the focus of just wanting to get the car home, and I can completely understand that, ladies and gentlemen, in the fact that very tricky conditions, and for AM drivers at least, this really is a baptism by fire, particularly when they're new to the grid and needed to simply get all that time and experience under them, with many of them perhaps not having driven a touring car racing class machine before, a TCR car, and then added to the fact as well, it's perhaps the first time driving at Thruxton. Oh, and also the heavy wet conditions, and well, that adds together to create an absolute recipe for really you learn on the job. But as the drivers make their way through, we say hello to Katie Eames again in the YouTube chat, who asks, are we getting a dry race now? No, we're with the wet weather once again, and from what I've heard in my ear, well, it looks like there's a lot of cloud over. We may not have much rain falling over this race, but we've definitely got a circuit that is wet, and therefore it will be about the circuit drying and trying to manage those tyre temperatures. But with only 50 seconds left on the clock before we do go racing one more time, well, ladies and gentlemen, I don't think we're going to get a word with any of our drivers going forward now into this race, but what I can tell you is that they're all absolutely itching to go. And well, when I had the brief opportunity down in the paddock before he got back in the car to have a quick chat with Andrew Pike, he was saying to me about the fact he's absolutely chuffed with that race result, and he's looking to see what he can do from P18 on the grid. And it's crazy to think as well, we've had the same 2 balls come out in 2 weeks back to back, and whilst numbers haven't been run, the probability of that happening extremely remote. But I can promise you there's no bias in the lottery bowl there. That's the way it's gone. It's the first time it has ever happened in NXTCC history where we have had the same 2 balls come out, and they came out in the exact same order as well to create back-to-back top 18 reverse grids. But will it be a reverse grid of dreams for some or a reverse grid of nightmares? Well, it's time for us to find out, ladies and gentlemen, because practice is complete and it's time to head to the grid. And as our drivers make their way onto the grid, this is how they'll line up for the final time today. Duncan Rise takes the top 18 reverse grid for Doble Motorsport, and he is on pole. And he is joined on the front row of the grid by Adam Delman for SO NXTGEN Gold, who starting outside the top 40 in race 2 was rewarded massively, and now he'll try to go one step further and take victory. Jake Pitt starts P3 for Aztec Racing, joined on the second row of the grid by his prime peer of Sam Bradley for SO NXTGEN Gold, and then we do see on row number 3 the combination of Jamie Dory for NXTGEN Ping and Alex Meredith for NXTGEN Orange Whiskey Runners Racing. On row number 4, it's Ben Gregory for Full Tilt Motorsport, looking to carry on the momentum from race number 2. He's got Joe Doble for company alongside starting P8 for Double Sim Racing, then Gavin Garner for NXTGEN Ping, and Matthew Sheraton for Aztec Racing complete your top 10. Kieran Smart starts P11 for Track Scotland in the company of his teammate Stuart Winnis. They make up the 6th row of the grid. And then we do see on what is row number 7, Mikey Doble for Double Sim Racing and William Guthrie for Full Tilt Motorsport. On row number 8, it's Isaac Doble for Double Sim Racing and Michael Lees for JWM Motorsport, who after that prime win in race number 2, where it's a long way away to make it a prime win in race 3, but you never know what could happen. Ben Altrier starts P17 for Full Tilt Motorsport after his best result of his season in what was race number 2. And then you've got Andrew Pint, your winner of race 2 and 2-time winner of this season overall. The Sim Racing Collector's Drive starts P18. After that, they start where they finished in race 2, and Lewis Delmont is the first of them for SO NXTGEN Gold P19. Alan McCain completes your top 20 for iRacing Esports. And then we do see in P21 Lewis Mason, back-to-back AM winner so far. Can he make it 3 in a row for Aztec Racing? We'll have to wait and see. Indeed, that's been the theme of AM races. We've seen 3 in a row, and will Lewis Mason really the man to encapsulate that? He's joined in the 11th row by Lee Horn for NXTGEN Orange Whiskey Runners Racing, who hasn't had great results, but he's definitely put on some great performances and some great overtaking manoeuvres. He's got behind him Tom Davidson for the Sim Racing Collective ahead of Sam Smith for iRacing Esports. And then we do see behind them on row number 13, Andy Fox for Goldwyn Motorsport and Sam Van Ols for Goldwyn Motorsport alongside. The two teammates are together, and they're followed up by NXTGEN Pink's Benjamin McCluskey and Callum Murray, who we heard from only moments ago for SO NXTGEN Gold, who just wants to get to the finish of this race. Your top 30 is completed by the AM pair of Mark Sykes for NXTGEN Orange Whiskey Runners Racing, and also there what is Gabriel Yilmaz at Aztec Racing after their brilliant battle for 3rd place in the class at the end of race 2. And also in that picture, starting P31, is Matthew Williams for Cameroon Motorsport. Behind the Welshman, it's Luca Monroe, P32 for United Sim Team, and then we have Marcel Fritsch, who starts P33 for Rano Academy in a frustrating day so far, and it really has gone backwards for Marcel Fritsch, and he'll be hoping not to make a trend of it. Where Jaroslaw Cebula starting P34 for NXTGEN Ping. 9A's got all the work to do from mostly the back of the grid. Craig Tillerson starts P35 for Rhino Academy ahead of Nick Clemens for iRacing Esports. That's 2 at P35, P36. And then on P37, it's Wojciech Swierdych for Semper Racing, ahead of Eduardo Gonzaga for National Racing Team. Your top 40 is completed by Russell Fowler for Rhino Esports and James Smadsgal for Aztec Racing. Dan Mould, after his altercation with Swierdych, starts P41 for SO NXTGEN Gold, ahead of Dylan Hunter for DH Racing. Andy Chell starts P43 for Courtmass Motorsport ahead of Sammy Ariba for Courtmass Motorsport, his teammate. And then we see Jonathan Collins starting P45 for NXTGEN Orange Whiskey Runners Racing. Last but not least, and knowing he's got all the work to do to carve his way through to AM victory from P12 in the class, P45 on the grid. Well, the grid is set, ladies and gentlemen. The field is all there on screen. And, well, as the lights get ready to go on, it's Duncan Rise on the left-hand side. Meanwhile, it's Adam Delman on the right. Who's going to be the winner? Well, it's time to tell because the lights are about to go on. And as the lights do get ready to go on, well, it's going to be the battle of the Hondas off the front row. But who'll be leading out of Allards? It's going to be 1 red light, 2 red lights, 3 red lights, 4 red lights, 5 red lights. And his lights out of the way will go over a quick launch of the lights today. And as Duncan Rise gets underway, Adam Delman meanwhile struggles out of his start box. And you can see that Jake Pitt immediately on the inside as they head to Allards. 2 wide as they're going in. A huge slide sideways there from what was Sam Bradley, who moves up into P5, fending off the charge of Alex Meredith. Jamie Dory's up into P4 meanwhile. And as they all snake train their way down to the braking zone for Campbell, we can see Ben Gregory makes it 3 wide. That is very brave for Ben Gregory to go for that. It means that Joe Doble gets eked out wide, but rejoins, and Gregory now finds himself on the path, and well, in the end he's going to have the door shut on it. There's a tap there to Joe Doble. Doble gets it back together. Gregory backs off. Brilliant respect shown between the two of them. Alex Meredith takes 2 wheels to the grass there, almost 4 wheels, to try and find his way through, but in the end can't do so, and Alex Meredith is absolutely swarmed and mobbed by his rivals, but it's brilliant battle in between them. Meanwhile, the rest of the field now tries to get a bit closer as they head in towards Goodwood, and as they come up through the right-hander, you can see there was Michael Lees making some progress, albeit having started from what was P16 up 1 place as they all coming through now down to Village they go. William Guthrie and Lewis Stillman right behind them as they head in towards Church Corner. All the field right now absolutely side by side as they roar the way on in. That's almost free wide. They're diagonal free wide. Lease on what was the inside of Ultria on the outside of Guthrie. But then Guthrie backs out there and now looks to try and get the momentum up the run in towards Club. But as they head up the rise in towards the chicane, Duncan Reyes has had a brilliant start and holds a half-second lead over Adam Delman. On to the anchors they go, and Jake Pitt now falls back in line. Rain starts to fall on camera, albeit it's quite spotty rain by comparison from what we're understanding, and the whole field now begins to make its way 2 by 2 almost through Club. As they come towards the end of lap number 1, and on to lap number 2 they go, and plenty of tyres sliding there. We had a car off in the background. That was Sam Smith, who's off, and he's currently parked up, waiting to rejoin. But as the field makes its way through Allard's corner, you see Isaac Doble there defending hard versus William Guthrie, who's all over the back of him, but Guthrie can't find a way in as they head deeper into lap number 2. We'll be able to say that, and now Guthrie has got ahead as he's taken the inside to the outside run in towards Campbell, and Doble falls back. Meanwhile, looking a bit further back, Luca Monroe's now at the inside here of Callum Murray, and Murray now trying to defend on the inside in towards Cobb. Well, that's going to put Munro to the inside of Seagrave, and that's only going to go one way, and that will be the way of the UST team driver making his way on through and gets the move done. And here comes Jaroslaw Cebula, who started P34, now trying to make his way into P26. Already gained 7 places, wants to make it 8 gained. I don't think he's going to be able to find it. They're going around the outside through Noble. A little bit of a wobble there for Murray, and Cebula ends up going to the grass. No foul play men. Meanwhile, there's a bit of contact there between Yilmaz and Clemens, I think, and Nick Clemens backs off as Spiridovich now looks to make his way through, and the drivers come on through, roaring onwards. From what I'm hearing, we've had a retirement for a couple of drivers, including it was been Matthew Williams, Dan Mulder and Marcel Fritsch. All 3 drivers have been involved in instance to start this race, and I believe it's going to be a difficult day to wrap up for Mold. But meanwhile, here comes Delman up the inside, and Murray's in towards Club. They go their way right, left, right, and immediately Adam Delman takes the lead this race off Moraes as they go on to lap number 3. So Delman now leads after 2 laps. Duncan Rice, your prime leader, is P2. Jake Pitt, P3. Jamie Dory, P4. Sam Bradley, P5. Joe Doble, P6. Alex Meredith, P7. Ben Gregory is in P8 under major pressure from Kieran Smart, with Stuart White behind. And then it's Matthew Sheraton, who is best the rest, P11. Meanwhile, in the AM class, Lewis Mason, who started in what was P21, the Aztec Racing drivers in P20 are leading the AM class with quite the advantage over his AM peers. Callum Murray's in P27, P2, and then it's the P30 for your third place driver, Gabriel Yilmaz, who right now has got Eduardo Gonzaga, who's really seen the ups and downs of the entire field today, with Mark Sykes there with them, and they're all fighting. Dylan Hunter as well as in a bit of a squabble here with Russell Fowler, but I think he's got to look a bit behind him because Jonathan Collins will be trying to get closer and closer as they make the way on through Cobb and in towards Seagrave they go, and Fowler right now just trying to keep what is Hunter behind. As we look back from the rear of the Verano Esports 73, the Audi RS3's got the velocity. You can see a flash of lights there from Hunter. Hunter's not happy about something or trying to send the Morse code, which is to distract, and as they make the way out to Noble, you can see Collins there only 3 temps further back from Hunter, and they are running nose to tail as they come all the way through Goodwood, and down they'll go towards Church. But can Hunter look for a move here with the DH Racing machine? It's looking fast, but has he got enough pace versus the Audi? And normally the answer is no. The Audi has proven to be the strongest car of the straights, but that Veloster really has come alive over the course of this season. It's showed a lot of circuits where you need a mix of characteristics. The Veloster really has been one of the big candidates, but there, a slow run out of Church, and right now Hunter's grateful, I think, for the fact his prayers have been answered, because Collins is under pressure from Smadsensgau. You can see that the white and blue Audi up the inside of Collins in towards the club braking zone, and Hunter is given a bit of breathing room here as they come towards the end of this lap. But looking from outside the top 30, from our AM drives all the way back up towards the front of the field, and the leaders make the way through. You can see Joe Doble now all on the back of what is their Jake Pitt as they head on through what is the run of Campbell and Cobb, now into Seagrave again, and Doble at this point with Sam Bradley close behind him. Bradley in fact really putting on a good turn of pace here as they come on around, and I would imagine that Bradley at this point will be feeling as though he's going to have an opportunity to chase down the win of the Prime class, and will give him the way it all went wrong at Montreal when he actually felt as though in race 3, whilst he got the podium, he actually felt as though there was a lot more out there, and mistakes really cost him what could have been a potential Prime win in the reverse grid race or race 3. I think here right now he may actually be thinking to himself, if I keep it calm and if I play it smart, I might be able to get on them, because he's not showing any signs of having slower pace. If anything, he's just playing his time here, and if he works with Joe, as in Joe Doble, to move forward, let the pro driver do the hard work for him and carve his way through the Pro-Ams, then this could really come to Bradley, and that would be an achievement. But further back, Ben Gregory, meanwhile, doesn't have that luxury to really think right now. Oh my goodness, he's getting his elbows out there as the Track Scotland driver looking to do the reverse Moses move. They're going to go 3 wide here. Gregory's in the middle, Smart's on the inside on the left of your picture. Meanwhile, it's going to be Winers to the outside. Winers goes very late on the brakes to the outside, goes deep. Smart, meanwhile, just holds the inside as Gregory goes straight on and just misses the tyre barrier. I don't know where Winers has gone. Well, there he is rejoining, and in all of that, well, I think Smart there really embodying his surname and just playing the smart move, no pun intended, in the fact that Kieran Smart just letting his rolls make mistakes. And look at this 3-1 as they go to Allard, and well, it's going to be Altria who takes the place of both Stuart Winus and Ben Gregory as they head in towards what will be the chicane here of Campbell. But as they cover down, it's literally every man on driver for himself here under braking as they all battle. That was 4 wide for a brief moment there. Lewis Delman alongside William Guthrie, also Michael Lees and Tom Davidson. Lees right now is being swarmed after what was that P16 start, but to be fair, with all that success ballast in the car, he's running overall success ballast, and Lees almost loses the rear of the car. They catched it just in time, but he's going to be running the best part of about 38 kilograms in the back of the car. In fact, correct my manners, that's 42 kilograms he's got in that car for JWM Motorsport, and Lees right now are really, I think, feeling the weight and just how much it's pinning him down as he makes his way on around towards Village. But as he does, you can see that Davidson and McCluskey are right there with him, all fighting. Andrew Pike just a little bit further up the road, and Andy Fox, who started in what was P25 with the Goldwyn Motorsport drives on the back of this pack as well, I think trying to look for an opportunity to get involved as Lees goes out wide there on the rear of your picture, and was he rejoins, that's going to put Lees even further down, compounding his woes as they make their way up through Brooklands. But this is absolutely incredible racing. How these guys are keeping it out and making contact with each other, that's testament to their driving ability in these conditions. The visibility is poor, but somehow they're able to see each other as clear as day, and as they head onto the brakes, well, Fox at the inside there, a little bit of a rub with Mason, but Mason gives the space for now. That's the car round, I believe that's Gavin gone. Oh, goodness me, Mason and Fox come together, and Lewis Mason, well, I think he would argue that he needed to be given space. I think Fox would argue, well, he needed to be given the right to take the plays, but the two drivers there will have their own opinions that instant, and we only saw moments ago Gavin Gardner in the barrier, so that's even more drama, and that is going to open up the battle for the third win of the day, where now it falls into the hands of Eduardo Gonzaga, albeit we'll come to Gonzaga in a moment because we're looking back at the overall lead battle for second place here, as already you see Adam Delman's torn his way off into the distance, but this is Duncan Rice, your prime leader, who's got the pack of Jamie Dory, Joe Doble, Jake Pitt and Sam Bradley still with him, and they're not letting him go, but Moraes is not falling to them either. He's putting on some brilliant driving here with the pace he's got, and the rain is falling intermittently around the circuit at the moment. It's a wet circuit, we're not expecting anyone to go to slicks here in this final race of the day, but you can see that Joe Doble up the inside of Jamie Dory to try and take P3, gets it done through Church, but the key point being around here is the fact the circuit is not being submerged, and if anything the water levels will calm down, and that's going to enable our drivers to already open up the racing as we go deeper into it, unless the rain comes on in full force. But here comes Dory looking around the outside of Doble, and Doble defending there on the inside. The car rolls away from under braking, but Dory near nowhere near enough to capitalise, and Doble does get it stopped in time just about, so they head on to lap number 7. Still plenty of mileage in this race, as meanwhile we look there, and that's a very sideways Andrew Pike, who just, with that's Tom Davidson, who's almost lost it there. My goodness, and McCluskey shows no hesitation, and Pike in the end does take the place of Davidson, and Davidson could have seen that go to the barrier, and will credit where Stuart Davidson for catching the car, and credit to McCluskey for not panicking and just sticking to his wits, as Cebula now up to P18 behind. He's trying to make his way more and more into this race, having started P34, so Cebula has made his way a long way up the running order, but he's still got a long way to go to close up to likes of Mikey Doble and P9, as all the field continues to fight. Further back, here's your AM leader, meanwhile, Eduardo Gonzaga, who, the National Racing Team driver, had a brilliant start to the day in terms of qualifying. It all went wrong in race 1. In race 2, it's much the same, but in race number 3 right now, he's leading by a comfortable advantage of 2.5 seconds over Callum Murray, who could make it back-to-back P2s in the AM class, albeit we've got some time to go, and meanwhile, Gabriel Yilmaz in P3 in the AM class is in the clear, but who's not in the clear, you can see here, is Mark Sykes. There's Yilmaz in the foreground, so he's 1.3 seconds ahead of Sykes, but Sykes has got Dylan Hunter, who's absolutely glued to the back of him right now, as we do ride on board and look down over the front of the DH Racing machine, and Hunter right now absolutely on the prowl here, as he looks to try and attack Sykes, getting a good run there, coming down from Goodwood in towards Village, but Sykes, I think, also concerned about the fact he's running in the double draft, and therefore the double spray way of what is Spazza's and also Yilmaz as they roll their way through Church Corner. Hunter falling a little bit wider. You can see the understeer creeping in. So just right now, staying behind to make that opportunity happen, but not close enough to pounce at this time as they roar their way up towards Club. But as they head in towards the chicane, and there you can see a potential look for a change of place. Spazza's the inside of Yilmaz. That's going to put Yilmaz on the back foot and suddenly open up this battle for P3 in the AM class between Yilmaz, Sykes and Hunter once again. And Collins is 5 seconds back, but he could get involved if the fighting should really up itself a notch. We'll have to see as they head towards the halfway point of this race, because just a bit further behind them, we've also got Sam Smith looking up the inside here of Sammy Ariba into the Club, and I think Ariba there just got a little bit too late on the brakes of the car, stepping out on him, but catching it just in time, and well, as they make the way onwards towards the next lap for them. Meanwhile, we look back up towards the leaders here, and we can see Jamie Dory in P3 right now, keeping Duncan Rice behind. In fact, it's got ahead of Duncan in recent laps, and I think we might be able to see how that move was made. And we'll both Joe Doble and also Jamie Dory making the move. That was a lap number 7 to the previous lap, and here is, we'll hold the phone on that one because we've got Rays under major pressure here from Pitt, and Bradley is very close. They make the way up through Brooklands, and right now, this could be a huge opportunity here for Bradley to try and take that lead in the Prime class. He's going to look on the inside firstly of Pitt. He's going to go for it, and meanwhile, Moraes just holds the middle of the road. Bradley goes a little bit deep under braking. Does he get it stopped in time? The answer is yes. You can see that Pitt tries to slalom his way up the inside onto the exit Club. It's not happening, so Sam Bradley in the end throws all his chips in. He gambles, and it's a successful gamble this time, but I think any later than that, and he would have ended up going straight on, and Pitt would have taken the place back. As they roll off, you can see that Alex Meredith now on the back of this battle, and as we jump on board with the next generation Jewelry Risk Runners, Elantra, the driver who was anonymous in race 1, had a better race 2, and now in race 3 getting involved. But you can see Pitt there on the inside of Bradley. Bradley made to open up the door there into Campbell, now switching back into Cobb, and well, Pitt being elbowed back out the other way, albeit no contact between them, but knowing he can't run that close as always, he'll just simply go straight on. So Bradley giving Pitt as good as Pitt's giving to him, and Meredith now trying to get involved here, looking to go around the outside all the way through Noble they go, too wide into the corner, but Pitt there is going to go longer on the brakes, and Meredith has to back off, trying to get Pitt to outbrake himself, but Pitt gets the car stopped in time. Brilliant racing between them, and well, these drivers all previously of course of a lower class, and the fact that Meredith until 2 seasons ago was a Prime driver and a Prime Championship candidate at one point, but moved up to the Pro class, and meanwhile Pitt and also Bradley, well, Pitt has been in the Pro class for some time. Bradley meanwhile recently moved up from the M class to the Prime class as from season 7 into season 8. You're seeing the differences in racing between these drivers, and everyone giving it everything they can, and well, no hesitation at all as they make their way onwards towards the Club this time. Here comes Mikey Doble, and Doble here trying to capitalise on all the time that's been lost between these drivers. Looking up the inside there of 1, Pitt comes off, but Doble goes for 2. It's very late on the brakes for Mikey as they make the way from the right to left, and as they do, Pitt defends it off, but Mikey Doble there trying to give an education that you can go late on the brakes, you can really lunge into Club given the long braking zone if you're smart on your brake application. And the number 88 driver on the inside into Allards, and surely this has got to be a sealed deal, and it is, and he moves into P6. Now it's going to be Meredith versus Pitt as they come out of Allards in towards what will be Campbell. Onto the brakes to go. Shepperton still watching this, and Shepperton trying to help Pitt out. And the Aztec Racing drivers trying to work together in order to assert the Elantra for Whiskey Brothers Racing. But right now, Meredith keeping himself right in the midst of it all, and this fight is absolutely brilliant. As they come out of Seagrave and onward towards Noble this time, well, I think it might be the situation whereby they all just stay line astern rather than too wide, and indeed it looks as though everything's going to stay as is for now, albeit there big sideways bump from Shepperton, but not quite able to get fully alongside. Meanwhile, further back, Ben Gregory still trying to make some progress here, the Full Tilt Motorsport driver who had a difficult start to the race, and the 113 all over the back of McCluskey as they come all the way round for Goodwood. Over the halfway point of this race now, we've still got some distance to go here. As you can see, that's Winus has run wide, and well, Stuart Winus in P13. That's going to cost him a lot of time coming out of Village in towards Church. In fact, I think I can see there what is a move from William Guthrie forthcoming on the back of Winus as they make their way out of Church Corner. But Ben Gregory there now feeling a bit safe with the fact that Cebula running too wide out of what was Church, and the car sliding and snaking every which way, but brings it back together just about. Whilst all this has been happening in the battle for P3 in the AM class, well, Gabriel Yilmaz has in fact lost out to what is Mark Sykes and Dylan Hunter, and well, the big question is how exactly did that happen, and here's a quick replay. So this was Sykes on the run in towards what was Village Corner up the inside, and Yilmaz found himself on that outside line. So Sykes got him through there, and Hunter, I think, and then decided, you know what, the door's open, I may as well make it a 2-for-1 pass here. And Hunter doing exactly that as they came out of church, up the run towards club they went. Ooh, very close between the turns. So Hunter there really feeding the limit of the amount of width on the circuit, but making the move, and Yilmaz backing out of it there, not wanting to risk it. And I suspect we'll see more fighting between these drivers, as Hunter right now is still all over the back of Sykes of P3 in the AM class, and Sykes has made it a habit of finishing P3 in the AM class twice today. He wants to make it a third time, but Hunter has got other ideas here. Ever since what was that AM win only a couple of rounds ago, Hunter has become a completely different driver, and you love to see it as he really tries to cut off the inside there of what was Seagrave. Will do that too much and you'll launch the car into the air, but he almost manages to get it done. But Sykes sticks to his wits and doesn't give in, and right now Hunter really trying to get under the skin of his rival, and Sykes just simply going, you're going to need to do more than that in order to get under the skin of me, because Mark Sykes at the end of the day is a veteran of the NXTCC. He's been here since season 1 and he has seen it all. But as they make their way up towards church, well, we will keep an eye on this battle in the background, as meanwhile we need to come back to the battle between Mikey Doble and Jake Pitt, with Pitt and Doble still fight each other hard. And what this has done has enabled Bradley to in fact put a best part of what is 1.7 seconds between himself and Doble, so much so as you see them in the foreground of the camera shot, and Duncan Rice drives on past our cameraman and gets the focus on cameraman's attention. The importance here is this enabled Bradley to catch up to Moraes, and Sam Bradley right now is not too far away from the potential prospect of trying to take on what could be the win of the Pram class here, and with it what would be a P4 overall, presuming they finish as if they were currently, and their fight doesn't push them back into what is the rest of the field around them. But that gap standing at 6.5 tenths at the moment. Moraes does seem to have some control over it for Goldwyn Motorsport, but you never know what could happen before we do see that checkered flag. And indeed the rain is falling. It's falling lightly here at Thruxton, but Jamie Dory trying to hold on to P3 in the interim, and as the drivers all continue to marshal their way on around and what is the absolutely most challenging conditions we have seen so far this season. Well, the Goldwyn Motorsport 33 doing everything right, it would seem, up to this point in time. But as the drivers make the way through, meanwhile, we've had a change for what is the AM lead. Now, what on earth has happened to Eduardo Gonzaga in all of this? Because Eduardo, I believe, involved in some sort of major moment, and it's Callum Murray who has taken the lead of the AM class as a result of all of it. But with that, Callum Murray's now got Mark Sykes' company right behind him. So this does look as though now we've got an AM lead battle on our hands, and the top 5 in the AM class, Eduardo Gonzaga's at the back of it. They are separated by 2.5 seconds. You briefly saw them all in the camera shot. So Am right now is going to be absolutely on a knife edge, as now here comes Sykes. Sykes is looking to go up the inside through Brooklands all the way out towards Club. Murray has not got the speed in that Honda versus the Audi. The Audi does struggle for torque, but here they come into the braking zone. Sykes on the inside. Murray's going to try and hold it around the outside and try before Sykes to go deep, but not so. And Mark Sykes takes the lead of Am, and now Dylan Hunter is right on the back of this as we ride on board and look back from the rear of the Am leader. And Mark Sykes is absolutely pushing onwards as they roar their way onto another lap. 3 to go after this one, and Mark Sykes right now could be returning to the top step. But as they make the way around, we've had a change of the prime lead as well. Sam Bradley is up into P4, and here's a quick replay to explain what happened. And well, we look to the exterior cameras here, and this was a drag race out of church. Duncan Rice not getting the run he wanted. Bradley having to do it the hard way, the inside of Brooklands, but around the outside in preparation for Club. And as they came down to the braking zone, Moraes just not able to get alongside. He went for it on the brakes, but Sam Bradley there going all in once again. He's done that once where he's gone all in the brakes, and Sam Bradley taking the lead of the prime class. Moraes all over the back of him, my goodness. And well, I think it wasn't quite over there until they got to Allen's potentially, but in the end, Bradley did manage to make that move count as they made the way through the right-hander. But let's return to your live racing pictures, and well, we look from what is the back of Mark Sykes' car. We've still got the pressure behind him of Callum Murray and Dylan Hunter, and in fact we look all the way back to the rear of this battle. Eduardo Gonzaga looking for the opportunity to attack Gabriel Yilmaz. I don't think we're going to get a replay of what happened to Gonzaga, but what we do know is he had an off track, and he was off the track for the best part of 8 seconds, and that explains why he's fallen all the way back here as a run wide from Yilmaz there. And our drivers have been told to be careful of running wide at church because they put all 4 wheels on the grass and they floor it. They have been gaining time. Gonzaga at the inside there on Yilmaz. Yilmaz does not fight it too hard. Gonzaga in the end just feels like he's got a bit more grip and retardation and those brakes available in that Veloster and makes it count. Moves up into P4 in Am. and now he's got 1.5 seconds to chase down to Dylan Hunter with 3 laps to go in this AM lead top 5 battle. It's an incredible battle between our AM drivers, and they really deserve a round of applause when it gets into it. Whoever's leading the AM class, well, I can tell you one thing, they may not be leading it all the way to the end, but Mark Sykes is currently holding on with Murray, and Hunter immediately behind, and Hunter getting very close, taps the rear on Murray's car. It's a light touch, but at the end of the day, that shows how much Hunter wants it, and now he's really starting to up the ante here, and Callum Murray will be looking at his rear view mirrors just as much as forward, and that's not a nice place to be. But meanwhile, speaking of places to be, well, right now, Jake Pitt and Matthew Sheraton, the 2 Aztec Racing drivers, with Alex Meredith right behind them, all fighting over what is P7 overall. And well, for these two in the Pro-Am class, it's a battle for the final podium position between Pitt and Cheverton of P3 and Pro-Am. Cheverton looking around the outside, the Elantra there trying to use its better braking compared to the Audi. It does exactly that, and Pitt in the end has to let it go, but make sure that Meredith is able to capitalise, and Matthew Sheraton moves forward. It makes sense technically from a championship standing perspective, as Cheverton is the closest to the top of the Pro-Am pile when it comes to championship points compared to Pitt, but Pitt will want it just as much, and I get the feeling the team have been told you can fight as long as you don't take each other out this race. Meanwhile, the lead of the Pro-Am class just up the road here going into Campbell. There is Sam Bradley. He's only 8 tenths ahead of Duncan Rise. He's all over the back of Mikey Doble. I think for Bradley right now, he just wants Doble and Dory to get a move on, and therefore he can just simply sail off away from Rise, who is now 1.2 seconds behind. And I get the feeling those wet tyres on the Goldwyn Motorsport Honda may have seen better days. He does seem to be struggling for some late race pace now as we get closer and closer towards that checker flag. We are in the penultimate lap. We've still got a bit more time in this race to go. And speaking of time in this race to go, Callum Murray has recently fallen a long way down. Eduardo Gonzaga going around the outside to the inside here from Alas in towards Campbell. And in the end, Murray's going to try and force it back open into Cobb. He can't quite do it, but Callum Murray has fallen down. And well, Dylan Hunter has found his way through. How did that happen? And well, here's a quick replay to explain, ladies and gentlemen. And he was in the run up towards what was the club chicane on lap number 14. Hunter on the inside, Murray on the outside. These two absolutely went for it. Look at the braking between them. Neither driver wanted to give wind. But in the end, well, Murray just out-braking himself, and Hunter managing to get through. And Dylan Hunter doing it exactly right as we return it to live racing pictures. Our leaders are on to the final lap, and we're in this AM lead battle. Well, now it's the story. Can Sykes hold on with a 6 tenths of a gap to Dylan Hunter? That will be the challenge that confronts him, as meanwhile, up towards the front of the field, having made his way on through where's Campbell and into Cobb, Adam Delmont with a 3-second advantage over Joe Doble, looking very much in control of this race. But meanwhile, whilst this is going on, Sam Bradley under pressure, and Duncan Rise, and there's contact between the two, but Bradley holds on. He refuses to give in. Duncan Rise, meanwhile, he had to go for it, but then the Goldwyn Motorsport driver almost seen himself go around, and Matthew Sheraton jumps between the two of them, and Sam Bradley is now under huge pressure here as he makes the way out towards Noble. Sheraton's going to look to the inside, surely. Bradley right now, what can he do? That's the question. What can he do to bring home his first ever Pro-Am win? And with a top 5, well, Sheraton is going to look this way. He's going to look that way. But can he do in these wet conditions in order to find a way through? Well, it's going to be a drag race, surely, out of Church, and Bradley will need to nail the exit as much as possible in order to be able to hold on. But as they make the way down towards Church Corner, Bradley will know the last couple of corners are absolutely critical, and we'll catch up with that in short order, ladies and gentlemen, because meanwhile, this man makes his way into the last couple of corners. And after a frustrating first race, a great second race to put him in control of where he would be in his reverse grid destiny, Adam Delmont will come on through to take victory in the final race of the day here for SL NXTGEN Gold. Header Joe Doble P2 for Doble Sim Racing, and it's a double podium for Doble Sim Racing as Mikey Doble will come on home P3 just ahead of Jamie Dory in the Pro-Am lead battle. Meanwhile, it's going to be, is it Matthew Sheraton? I think it is. I think Sheraton's taking it with Duncan Rise just behind. Alex Meredith will separate the Pro-Ams, and it'll be Jake Pitt P3 with Isidol P9, and then Sam Bradley will slow down at the end. I think he cut the chicane trying to battle with Matthew Sheraton. We'll get a replay of that shortly. That's how it ended. He finishes P10. Meanwhile, in the AM class, here's Mark Sykes. He's tiptoeing his way through the club chicane. He's got Dylan Hunter right behind, and Smazascal rejoins there. And well, Sykes is going to hold on to take the AM victory. Dylan Hunter finishes P2 in a brilliant drive for the two of them, and Eduardo Gonzaga turns that frown upside down into a smile to make it what is a P28, but more importantly P3 in the AM class. My goodness, ladies and gentlemen, what an end to this race. And well, we need to immediately take a look at what happened between Sam Bradley and what was Matthew Sheraton right at the end of that race. And well, without further ado, here is the replay. And well, it was a battle between the two of them then as they made their way up Brooklands in towards Club, side by side. Shepperton on the inside, Brady on the outside. I think Brady here is going to try and brake as late as possible. He's done it multiple times, but in the end gets caught out by braking so late. Has to cut the chicane, serve a slowdown for cutting it, and that is what enables Shepperton to take the place. Doug Rose tried to sneak through right at the end, but well, you can understand from Bradley's perspective, he wanted to go all in to see if he could take the win, but Matthew Shepperton just getting himself in the right place in Atalanta and getting the job done. But what a race from start to finish, up and down the field. And well, as our winner Adam Delmont parks up, absolutely pleased with that result for NXTGEN Gold. Matthew Sheraton there, the car in the grass, and well, it looks like that might be beached in the grass with the amount of water. That's very unfortunate if so, but he is classified your prime winner. And Mark Sykes, meanwhile, bringing home that AM win, and well, he'll be absolutely ecstatic in the cockpit of that car for the simple reason for the 499 driver. Well, it has been some time since we've seen him on top, but today he definitely was on top form with 2 P3s in the class and then a win, but he had to work hard for it. And Dylan Hunter, I tell you one thing, ladies and gentlemen, this man, well, I don't know what was said to him over the course of the run at Knockhill, but he pulled off that brilliant win at Knockhill in the AM class, and since then he really has become, arguably on paper, the most daring of the AM drivers and the one who just seems to be getting better week in, week out. But Sykes could not be upset by him today, that's for certain, but Hunter's definitely announced himself as a huge contender in the AM class for the rest of the season. But Smazasgal creeps his way to the pit lane with a wounded car. Let's take a look at the race results subject to Eddie Stewart's inquiries, and well, here they are, ladies and gentlemen. And as the results do appear on screen, Adam Delmont, your winner for what was race 3 of 3 here in round 8 of the NXTCC Season 8 at Thruxton Circuit. For NXTGEN Gold, a 2.6 second win, an absolutely controlled drive for Adam Delmont. A double podium for Doble Sim Racing just behind him, with Joe Doble ahead of Mikey Doble, and a huge result in particular for Mikey that really now puts him on the warpath for what could be sealing his 4th title at Sandown in a week's time with a round to spare. Jamie Dory, P4 there for Next Gen Pink, battling hard with Mikey all the way to the very end, but Mikey gained the upper hand, and then Matthew Sheraton round off the top 5 there with the prime win. And what a drive from the Aztec Racing driver, had to fight his way past Duncan Rise for Goldwyn Motorsport amongst his peers. And Duncan Rose was P6, runner-up in the prime class, head of the pro driver Alex Meredith, P7 for Next Gen Origin Whiskey Runners, who put on some brilliant battling throughout the race distance. Jake Pitt was P8 there for Aztec Racing, rounding off what was a double podium for the Aztec Racing drivers in the prime class, with P3 in said class. And it was Isaac Doble for Doble Sim Racing and Sam Bradley for NXTGEN Gold, who completed your top 10. Commiserations to Sam Bradley. You know he wanted that prime win, his first prime win. It wasn't to be, but it will come one day. I can tell you that now, given how hard he fought today. Ben Altria was P11, best of rest of Full Tilt Motorsport ahead of Lewis Delmont, the NXTGEN Gold drive, channeling his father and doing a brilliant drive given what had happened in races 1 and 2. Stuart won his P13 there for Track Scotland, and a frustrating end to the day of racing for Track Scotland, but given how well they did in races 1 and 2, well, in the end, at some point the results have got to slip slightly, it would seem. William Guthrie, P14 for Full Tilt Motorsport, and Benjamin McCluskey, P15 there for Next Gen Pink, complete in your overall top 15. It was 16th for Tom Davidson, ahead of teammate Andrew Pike for the Sim Racing Collective, and then Wojciech Swerdowicz P18, with the top 20 being rounded off by Kieran Smart and Jaroslaw Cebula. Nick Clemens was P21, the iRacing esports driver, find himself in the thick of it once again, with Luca Monroe not too far behind. There was Gavin Garnett and Alan McCain to P24. Then we see your AM top 3, with Mark Sykes taking the AM victory for Next Gen Orange Whiskey Runners, only in the end what was 2 tenths ahead of Dylan Hunter for DH Racing, who started P6 of the class and fought his way through to battle for the win, but it was a P2 in the end for him. And Eduardo Gonzaga, who was leading for the majority of the race, but the National Racing Team driver, with a major error, saw him drop to P5, but he fought his way to P3, and what a fight for the Brazilian. James Mansell was behind him, P28, and then the top 30 was completed by Callum Murray, who couldn't quite make it back-to-back AM podiums, but definitely has had a taste of what it's like to run in the lead battle, and he'll only want more of that in a week's time at Sandown. And then Gabriel Yilmaz completed your top 30. Russell Fowler's P31 ahead of Jonathan Collins, with Lewis Mason P33. And we did see Sam Smith and Sammy Ariba complete your top 35 ahead of Andy Fox, with a sad end today for the Goldwyn Motorsport driver after that great race 1 result. But still, at least he's broken the curse of what is not being able to finish a race with a happy ending for at least one race. And then we did see Craig Tillotson, Sam Van Olst, excuse me, and what was then to complete your top 40, Michael Lees and Andy Chell. It was a lap down to Ben Gregory and also to Marcel Fritsch and Lee Horns P43, and unfortunate retirements to both Matthew Williams and Dan Mould. Well, that's how the race went. And indeed, in the end, ladies and gentlemen, 45 starters, 43 finishers, and of those, 40 on the lead lap in another challenging race in terms of conditions, but our drivers did admirably, no doubt about it, and that brings all of our racing to a close here today at the Thruxton circuit in the UK. But with that, don't be alarmed, because whilst the racing has ended, we've still got post-round interviews to go with our drivers, and they will be getting underway in approximately 10 to 12 minutes time. So we're going to take a step away, ladies and gentlemen, and as we do get set for our post-round interviews, we'll leave you with a word from our title sponsor for this season, and that is Doble Motorcycles. We will see you in a short moment. If you are looking to buy your next two-wheeled machine or ATV, why not consider Doble Motorcycles? Home to an expansive full range of Honda motorcycles, scooters, off-road bikes and ATVs, Doble Motorcycles is the UK's leading Honda motorcycle dealer. However, do not just take our word for it. Having won numerous awards over the years, including 3 Motorcycle News Dealer of the Year awards, and being nominated for many more, including Honda Dealer of the Year 4 times, the Doble family-run business prides itself on customer service, and it shows. Add to this the family's rich racing history through 3 generations, as currently embodied by Mikey Doble Racing, with Mikey chasing glory in the BTCC, and you can be certain that you will receive excellent customer service from lights out to checkered flag. So if you'd like to know more, check out their website today at doble.co.uk. Speaking of Mikey Doble Racing, if you'd like to support Mikey as he pushes it to the limit out on track, you can do so by following the Mikey Doble Racing Facebook page as seen on screen. Additionally, if you want to represent the 88 Army at a BTCC weekend, Mikey Doble Racing has some fantastic merchandise available just for you, as may be found either via the Mikey Doble Racing Facebook page or alternatively in the Doble Motorcycle store at dobledirect.co.uk. Don't miss out on being a part of the 88 Army today. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it is time for us to kick off our post-round interviews with our drivers. And today we're going to be hearing from a mixture of drivers in the Prime and the AM classes. And we're going to be starting off with none other than JWM Motorsports' Michael Lees, who in the number 55 made it a double podium today, including a return to the top step in the Prime class with P3 overall as well. A race number 3 that was left wanting potentially, but still 2 great results to kick off the day. And what a way he's returned to top form. We'll then be hearing to Luca Monroe, the United team driver, who has been a bit of a mix-up in the fact that some believe, including himself, that he was in the AM class. We've understood that he's in the Prime class, but we're going to get his story on battling in amongst the mid-pack, in amongst the AMs and the Primes there, as our United team driver in the 56, before we come to the DH Racing driver in the AM class of Dylan Hunter, who after a challenging first 2 races, found all of his stride and form in race number 3 and went full attack to take P2, but couldn't quite get the victory. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we kick off with none other than Michael Lees, who joins me in the interview room. Good evening to you, Michael. It's been some time since we've seen you right up there battling for victory, but today, at least in races 1 and 2, we got to see the Michael Lees of old. How was today for you?
Yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it? Yeah, it's been pretty good. Enjoyed it. Found some pace. Never been around the track at all before yesterday, really, and got to practice yesterday. Kind of like the flow of it, especially in the wet. I mean, I don't think I'm very fast around the track in the dry, so I was lucky it was raining. Held my own. Here I am.
Oh, most definitely. And let's break it down a little bit. Firstly, our first ever visit to Thruxton. You were saying there about the flow of the circuit. I mean, it's a brand new circuit for most, if not all, at least on the simulator. And also plenty of rain to go around as well. I mean, that just makes the challenge even more intense.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, rain is a totally different driving technique, and it is. They do say it's the great leveler, don't they? And it is really, because, like I say, I'm not particularly fast. I wouldn't say around this track in the dry. I'm okay, but I don't think I'd be at the front. However, when the rain comes out, all of a sudden nobody's had all that practice in the rain, and we're all on the equal footing again. So yeah, brought me right back up there. So very pleased.
Oh, indeed. And like you said, the rain being the great leveller. And in that Honda Civic Type R, a car that seems to really go well in the wet. And talking of going well, let's talk a little bit about your results, starting with qualifying. A P19 overall, a P7 in class. Qualifying looked to be one of those sessions whereby the circuit was just getting faster and faster every second that was ticking away. Where did you find yourself in all of that?
So about 2 laps from the end, I was in 5th place. So if we'd have stopped it then, it would have been good. But coming around onto my final lap, I ran wide and lost my time. So I was on for a good time. I would have been somewhere around about the top 10, I think, if I'd have actually got that lap in. But yeah, ran a little bit wide on the I don't know what the corners are called on this circuit, but the fast right-hander as you go down the hill. Towards the end, I just ran off there and lost my lap time, unfortunately. Starting 19th, not ideal. I thought it was going to be horrendous. I thought that was the end of the race, to be honest, for the whole session. But yeah, we made our way through.
Well, indeed, like you say, making your way through, and whilst qualifying perhaps wasn't perfect given how high you were at some point, going into race number 1, well, I mean, there was some chaos in front of you, but in the end, you managed to fight your way all the way to P6, a P3 in class. I mean, it just looked as though it couldn't come any sooner to you, the places. It was like they were falling one by one.
Well, this is it. I mean, I started on wet tyres. I took a punt and I started on wet tyres. I looked at the forecast and I thought it's going to come just about with enough time. I shouldn't lose more time than what I'll gain from people doing a pit stop. So I thought, you know what? I'm starting mid-pack. I'll throw a gamble and we'll see what happens. And it came good. Everybody had to pit, and I just kept going forwards and forwards and forwards. And at the end of it all, P8. Cannot really complain at that, can I?
No, true. Although I have to imagine, whilst we did have the dry conditions before the rain fell, were those wet tyres started to get quite hot?
They were awful. Yeah, it was like driving around on chewing gum. Everybody was going past me. I was trying my hardest to sort of hold position and try and just keep it flowing around the circuit, not lose too much time. But it was difficult, and I was going backwards. But I knew that the rain was coming, so I didn't panic. I didn't jump in, and because I could have jumped in the pits and you're gone, oh, you know, I'm losing so much time. I'll get some dries on, but I didn't. I had stuck with it, and I thought, you know what? Let's just wait, see what happens. You know, I'm already way back now. You know, I'm going backwards. I'm falling down. I've got to stick with it until the end, and then the rain came, and then all of a sudden, people started slowing down and sliding off and crashing and pitting and all sorts. And yeah, like I say, the next thing you know, I'm up in P8. Yeah, passing people who I'd seen was in the lead of 2 or 3 laps ago. So yeah, it's a pretty good feeling.
Oh, most definitely. And after that great feeling of race number 1, race number 2 was more of the same, except this time it wasn't a P3 finish in the Prime class, it was a victory in the class and a P3 overall. And it looked as though there you had the bit between the teeth and you wanted to chase down an overall win.
I did. I really fancied it. You know, I saw Wodge and Dan have a big accident in front of me and take each other out like in yeah, I couldn't believe that, and I was like, oh wow. And then Ben was coming backwards to me. Then I was like, right, this is on. You know, maybe I've got a chance. But yeah, I went for it. I passed him, and but I saw Pike coming up quickly behind, and then when he caught up with us, there was no keeping up with him. I don't know what he'd been drinking or eating today. You know, if he'd had his Weetabix or something. But I just couldn't keep up with him. I thought, you know what? Don't try too hard. Don't throw it off the track. You've got a big gap to the cars behind. You're first place in class, 3rd overall. Like, just stay on the track and you've got this. So I did. I tried a little bit at the end to push towards Ben a bit, but yeah, I just didn't quite have it. But hey, very content with the 3rd place overall and a win. I'll take that any day of the week.
Oh, most definitely. I think many would agree with you there. And I think at one point as well, we did notice the point where you might have decided, you know what, it's time to back it off because we don't want to throw it away. And, well, you were definitely rewarded for it. So that was races 1 and 2. And then race number 3, of course, we did have our top 8 in reverse grid. You started P16, and it looked so, at least in the early stages of the race, you were right in the thick of it, battling hard, but then it all went wrong towards the end.
Yeah, so, I mean, I was doing okay, but I had the heavy weight from 3rd place on, and it's the first time I've run with any kind of weight of that sort of magnitude. So it really, the car didn't like that weight in the wet. For me anyway, Pike seemed okay with it, you know, he was off. But yeah, I just kept getting shuffled back and shuffled back and shuffled back, and then right on the last lap, I didn't realise it was the last lap, and I caught a slowdown on the chicane at the end, and I crossed the line with the slowdown, which then put me, I think, 39th overall instead of 22nd or 23rd. So yeah, it really made a mess of things. I thought I had another lap after that. I thought I'd just come onto the white flag lap, but yeah, c'est la vie. Is what it is, and yeah, we'll forget race 3. We'll just focus on the first 2, all right?
Yeah, I think that's absolutely fair. I mean, race, you can't always have perfection, but what you can have is 2 great results out of 3, and it really showed today that you're right. When you're on it, you're at the top end of the Prime class, and I mean, we've still got 2 more rounds to go. The championship may not be to play for, but there's still plenty of points on the table in your conquest. What's your target in Australia?
I'm just going to do the absolute best that I possibly can, and we'll see where we end up at the end of it, really. I mean, it's a long shot. It's a long shot to get anywhere, you know, up the top end of the Pro-Am table, but it's not impossible. So, you know, I'll just keep going and we'll see what happens.
Oh, I definitely like the mentality there, and I think that's the right mentality to have. Although I have to ask, we head in a week's time to Sandown first and foremost, the circuit that many of our drivers, including yourself, may be familiar with previous seasons. How are you feeling for another visit to Sandown?
I always enjoyed Sandown. I think it's a good track. I've not done it in the Honda before, so I'm not sure about the curbs in the first chicane. Is it turn 2 and 3 or 3 and 4?
Yes.
I'm not so sure how it's going to take them, because if I remember rightly, it didn't take them very well previously. And last time I was in the Elantra, which they just pretend they're not there. You just drive straight over them. So I'm not entirely sure how it's going to go, but I did enjoy the track, and hopefully I'll find the line in this car, and we'll be reasonably competitive. We'll see. We'll see how it goes.
Well, we look forward to seeing how you get on in round number 9 next week. But just before we do let you go, Michael, as always, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out or a thank you to live on the broadcast tonight?
I mean, I just want to shout out my team, even though they've all abandoned me and I'm the only one racing now. But they're all supporting me in the Discord, so they're still watching, which is nice. It'll be nice if they came back and raced with me again, but we'll have to see what happens next season. Other than that, yourself, Paul, you know, you always put on a great broadcast. I'm gonna go watch it now and see if I got any screen time on there. And yeah, other than that, NXTGEN and all the people who make this thing happen.
Oh, well, thank you, Michael, for joining me in the interview room, and what a set of results for yourself today. Well done once again, particularly on that win in race number 2 in the Pro-Am class. Like you say, you could just give it your best in the final 2 rounds, and we look forward to seeing you give it your best starting at Sandown in a week's time. But until then, have a great rest of your evening, and we'll see you in round number 9.
Yeah, you too, Paul. Great talking to you. Thanks.
So hearing that there, ladies and gentlemen, from our Pro-Am driver who really has emerged from today with his head held high, and that was none other than Michael Lease, the JWM Motorsport driver, enjoying the racing from start to finish, and talking now a little bit initially about Thruxton and the rain being the great leveller in learning this aggressive and fast-paced circuit, and realised in qualifying that things didn't quite go the way, whereas at one point he was inside the top 5, but it fell away, and in the end, and then having to recover things over the course of the race distances. But in race number 1, of course, going with a wet tyre, struggling with it at first, but the tyre came to him as the rain started to come down and the seas were parting in terms of cars around him. That's what enabled the P6 finish and the P3 in class. And in race number 2, he went all in for it, trying to go for the overall win, not just the class win, but recognising there was a cut-off point where he had to just accept the Pro-Am win, and that is no mean feat. Whereas race number 3, meanwhile, found himself with more success perhaps he's ever had in the car before, and to get to terms of that, and an unfortunate slowdown demoted him to a 39th place finish in the end. Not the result he wanted, but still focused on the positives, and we can expect plenty more from our JWM Motorsport driver before the season is over in the final 2 rounds. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a brief pause. I am just needing to catch up with our race director. There's some information that's going to be fed to me, but we will be back in a minute or two's time for the rest of our post-round interviews. So they'll be coming up again very shortly, but we do apologise. We just need to step away for a brief moment. Apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. We are now back. We just had to quickly catch our race director regarding some of the results there, and also just a confirmation with regards to some of the penalties from today, and also there were a couple of questions with regards to what some of the incidents with drivers. They just wanted to double check some information that we did have on the broadcast, but that's all been sorted now, and when we do immediately come on to our second interview of the day, and he's already in the interview room. The man's absolutely excited to be in here, and I'm excited to have him with me. Good evening to you, Luca, and well, what a day of racing for yourself. I mean, it looked so out there. You were mixing up whether the drivers were Am, Prime or Pro. You're taking on everyone as they came, and at the Thruxton circuit in the rain.
Yeah, to be fair, I was, since on my screen I'm only looking for AM drivers in that last race. I know that there was a bit of a mix-up, and I was being shown as a Pro-Am in the broadcast, but I'm not. So, yeah, basically I won that last race, and by quite a margin. And I have no idea what got into me, how I managed to, because I didn't start brilliantly. I wasn't starting brilliantly, but then I got a really good getaway, spread the needle through a few people, and then just set off trying to get. And I got lucky when I saw the AM leader was involved in an incident. So, but nevertheless, I had to be there. I had to keep it on track. I had to. Yeah, I'm absolutely over the moon and delighted.
Well, indeed, an absolutely brilliant result there. And we do apologise for the slight mix-up across the classes, whether you're Am or Pro-Am. But talking a little bit more about that first, in terms of in race number 3, having to really come through and, like you say, be in the right place at the right time to take the Am win, and what was that, P22 overall. I mean, what's it like out there driving this Honda in conditions whereby it's inclement, the grip levels are constantly changing. Also, you've not just got to be mindful of your own driving ability, but the fact when you're going side by side into a lot of these corners, these are not corners where it's easy to stop the car. They are long braking zones like at the club chicane, and it's very easy just to go a couple of millimetres too late.
Yeah, you could say that again. I definitely had a lot of scary moments. Like I think there was one particular moment in the middle of race 2. I think it was race 2. I can't remember, but I had a massive slide after the first like slow chicanes in that flick. Most corners are flicks at Thruxton, so it's kind of hard to narrow it down. But yeah, it was definitely quite tricky to keep the car pointed in the right direction. Obviously the way that this league is run with the setups and making sure that everything's applied correctly, and not really knowing how the car, how differently the car is going to behave from one race to the next if you're having to run these different setups and you don't get much in the way of practice with them beforehand. So it was just a case of keeping it steady, because the worst thing you can do in a rain-soaked race is overcorrect, and you have to really just sort of pace yourself. And as a result, I was able to, in that third race to keep an eye on the relative, and I was like, am I really the leading am? What the heck's going on? And had a pretty sizable lead going the last few laps. And so yeah, it was nervous stuff, but I'm very fulfilled by it.
Oh, well, that's what it's all about at the end of the day, and that sense of achievement when you do get to the checker flag, and none more so than being rewarded with that win in the AM class. Although, then backtracking a little bit to earlier on in the day, of course, it's a long journey to get to race number 3. I mean, talk us a little bit about your qualifying session. The fact everybody in qualifying had to be on circuit right at the end to get the best possible times. Where did you find yourself in all of that?
I did hold off a little bit, and maybe I could have. Well, there's a balancing act to play there, because you have to start with the same amount of fuel load that you do the race with. You can't run light, and so there's a balancing act. You want to get out as early as possible to run as many laps to burn off the fuel, and also because it was drying, so every lap there was more grip. But then ultimately you could have ended up in like a queue, and there was one more point in that when I was rebounding after going off before the I think, is it Tower, the really fast chicane? I think it's Tower, and I might have gotten in someone's way, and I do apologise for that. I don't think I held them up too much, but I still held them up, and I will. I mean, it's not like I'm scoring points, so it's not not that I'm trying to hide behind that to escape any punishment. Nevertheless, I don't want to do that sort of thing to hinder anyone. But yeah, qualifying, particularly with the rain, was very tricky. The races themselves, it was just a case of surviving. I wasn't really coming in, again, like with all rounds, to try and win at all. I just wanted to have some fun. I'd always said I wanted to do Nordschleife, Knockhill and Thruxton, and but obviously to get a win is great. The first 2 races were I think I might have, I don't know if I was at fault for, I got put in the wall quite early on in race 2, and that's when I pit for a fast repair. I was annoyed, but I might have been the one to try and like take the normal line, and may have pushed someone off, and they couldn't then like turn more and lost grip. Yeah, it's I'm just happy to be here and being a part of this series, and to win 3 races. I'm really happy with that.
Well, it definitely shows through the fact that taking 1 victory is something to be happy about, but to take 3, and well, definitely deservedly as well. And looking ahead then, because of course plenty of racing today, and I'd have to ask the question, can we expect you to be joining us on our trip to Australia for the final 2 rounds?
Australia, which tracks?
We'd be looking at Sandown first.
I don't own Sandown, so you won't see me. I wasn't planning on coming to any of them, but if the other one's Bathurst, maybe. But I'm not entirely sure on that yet. I might. I'll see how I feel on the day.
Well, that's absolutely fair, but the season finale will be at Bathurst as well, and if we do see you there, it'd be great to see you in a feature race special, much like at the Nordschleife earlier in the season.
Well, I'm not sure I can repeat my performance, but I'll give it my best shot if I do turn up.
Well, we'll hold you to that. We'd love to see the performance there if you can make it. But Luca, just before I do let you go, also just some thoughts on the Thruxton circuit as a whole. I mean, it's new to iRacing. We've all been looking forward to it, all of us, whether touring car fans or why.
I was absolutely delighted when it was look, here's the thing. I've been very critical of the way iRacing have priced tracks, all of them being $14.95 if they're not free. And as a result, the lesser known tracks, like Thruxton, like Cadwell, Knock Hill, they don't really get much love in officials. And I feel like that's a travesty because I love all of these tracks. And the next track that's coming out on iRacing, it's sort of all been but confirmed for 2025 Season 2 release, Croft, because Porsche Esports Carrera Cup GB have scheduled a round after the Season 2 build releases. So, but if that's... Look, Croft is my local track. If that's not free, then it's going to struggle as well in participation. But going back to, obviously, what you were asking, Thruxton, this track is special. I love how high speed it is. I think the best way to sort of describe it to a lot of people who might not really know it, think of it as Britain's Lime Rock, in that it's very high speed, it's very compact. And look, the fact is, there's that, I don't know, that 4 hours of Thruxton special event that's happening in May. I'm planning on doing it solo. My arms will be jelly afterwards, I'm very sure. But yeah, I cannot implore you guys enough. Get Thruxton, and also potentially get touring cars if you're into that sort of thing. I assume you are if you're watching the NXTCC. Get driving it. It is just an absolute dream. I love this track, and I'm just delighted that it's on iRacing finally.
Oh, brilliant. Well, I don't think we could summarise Thruxton in better words than what you're giving us there, Luca. And, well, if anyone's tuning in right and you haven't got Thruxton and you're a touring car fan, or perhaps not even a touring car fan, definitely get your hands on this circuit. But just before he gets his hands on heading off the night, I do have to ask Luca, as always, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout-out or a thank you to live on the broadcast tonight?
Oh, well, hopefully my parents have stayed up now. Last time they had to tap out because, but yeah, hopefully they're watching. Thank you for staying up. And obviously to everyone who's watching my own personal perspective stream, the whole two of you. And I'm also, I just want to give a shout out. I've been a writer for Overtake. Because of them, I have been able to get into sim racing at all these levels, and I'm just very grateful to have a real purpose in this community, to be part of the wider sim racing community, to be involved in all these incredible events. It's a real pleasure.
Well, Luca, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you join me in the interview this evening, and congratulations once again on your great results today, particularly that victory in the AM class in race number 3. Of course, we won't see it at Sandown, as you mentioned, but if we do get the pleasure to see it at the season finale at Bathurst, we'd love to see whether you can add at least one more victory to that run. But until then, thank you for joining me in the interview room, and have a great rest of your evening.
You too, Paul. Take care.
So hearing there from Luca Monroe, our Pro-Am driver who classified as AM for the purposes of racing today. We do apologise for the mix-up there, ladies and gentlemen. Talking there firstly about his victory in race number 3 and coming all the way through to take what was a great result there, and a dominant result as well, as we do see those pictures in the background of him gradually making his way to that final checker flag of the day in the AM class. But also talking about the struggles of qualifying in terms of needing to be out there and opting to decide not to go straight out and qualifying, but to delay rather than going straight out there, despite the need to get the fuel out of the car. And also talking about the wider picture of enjoying the Thruxton circuit and why you should get your hands on it. And I think he described it absolutely perfectly. And we'll of course mention there as well that Croft is to come in the next major update of iRacing. And well, when that does come, we do have the full British Touring Car Championship calendar here on the iRacing service. And well, you can be assured, and perhaps I'm giving away a little bit of a hint right now, that Season 9 may have a bit of a theme to it, given we have the all BTCC calendar lineup available in iRacing. But we'll talk more about that in our season finale broadcast. We're not going to give away the full picture, but thank you to United Sim Team Driver for joining me in the interim. And also talking there about his own experiences of being in the position to race in series such as this and all the support he's given. It's absolutely wonderful to hear, and I hope that support continues to come because he's an absolutely wonderful gentleman, Luca. I can definitely tell you that. And if he is on the grid at Bathurst, we would love to see whether he can add another victory to his tally. But now, ladies and gentlemen, we come to our final interview of the day. He's been waiting very patiently, I must say, and it's none other than Dylan Hunter. And, he's going to be joining me in the interview room very shortly. And, as we bring him on in, we're going to be talking to him about his performances over the course of what been today and that absolute charge towards the very end in race number 3. But as he does join me now in the interview room, we appreciate his patience. Dylan, good evening to you. And firstly, you must be you've probably had time to rest and relax a little bit now, but how tired were you after race number 3? Because you looked absolutely possessed to chase down that win and take it off of Mark Sykes.
I definitely was. I didn't realize how close I was to actually even taking the podium there. I guess I was driving frustrated from the previous 2 races and just left it all on the track at that point.
Oh, indeed. And chasing down that podium, I should correct myself there, but going all in for it, what would have been the runner-up spot. But in the end, not quite able to do it, but winding everything back, of course. We've seen some great performances from you over the last couple of rounds. It really all started at Knockhill with your first and win of the season. Last time out of Montreal, we saw some really strong runs, and today was no different. Perhaps, however, qualifying wasn't a strong start. What happened there?
I think I was just trying different tires, and then also I had a dentist appointment, so I came in really late to getting on the track in the sim, so I didn't really get much practice coming into it.
Well, that's absolutely fair. So having to nail it in the tooth and then move on into the races. So a P40 start, race number 1. Looked as though you got caught up in quite a bit of battling. A P36 finish overall, a P6 in class. Race 1, bit of a learning experience?
Yeah, definitely with the rain, going from dry and then staying with the dry tires right away and trying to get as far as possible. And then kind of was hoping it was going to be a drizzle, not really a downpour, which it ended up being, which kind of made me have to go in and change tires. So that's then it was just chasing down, hoping that everyone else was doing the same.
Oh, indeed. It was an interesting race in the fact that those who gambled on the dryers like yourself having to make that switch and then have to try and manage the race in there on, whereas the wet runners got to play the game of catch up all the way through. So race number 1 was all about the mixed conditions and being on the right tyre. But race number 2, meanwhile, took all the question marks out of the race by simply being everyone starts on the wet and it's going to get wetter and wetter. And my goodness, it was flooded. But your race number 2 didn't quite go the way you wanted it to.
Oh yeah, I think it was lap 1 or 2. I got caught up with someone and it got spun and unfortunately took out the engine and had to get basically towed right back and just going from a lap down and then just try to make my way back. It was definitely a rough race.
Well, it may have been rough, but if anything, it only served to invigorate you more into race 3. And let's now really tuck into race 3 a bit. At the start, there was some chaos around you. You managed to avoid all that on the opening couple laps. And from that point onwards, it looked as though you were a man possessed to chase down at least one podium today in some of the most tricky conditions we've seen all season. Spotty rain, a circuit that definitely had plenty of water to deal with. But in that Veloster, I mean, it looked as though nobody was going to shake you off the circuit.
Oh yeah, I definitely started getting the rhythm of this track, and with the wet tires, again with my experience with the off-road trucks, I guess letting it drive a lot more loose than wanting to was definitely a benefit for this. Being a little bit more comfortable with that and trying different lines, trying to see what works, what doesn't, looking where people were running and where I could catch up. I mean, I chased down Mark after I got past the one Pro-Am guy, and I was chasing him down, talking to him after the race. I definitely was quicker in some spots, but he made that Audi very wide. It was very difficult to get around.
Oh, definitely. Those Audis could always be made to be wide, but you managed to find ways to get around or at least put pressure on. And were there any moments as well, because obviously we're at this circuit for the first time, how much experience did you have of Thruxton going into today?
Maybe a couple days of practice on here. I think I got the track the week of this race and just got a couple days in, practice, but didn't even practice on the wet, just AI races, and tried to get as fastest lap as I could and consistently looking at Garage 61 for help. Especially when we did get the open practice for this league, that helped a lot to see where I'm at pace and seeing where I could work on.
Well, absolutely fair, and appreciate the insights there with regards to your practice. And coming into the bigger pitch now, of course, the results from today, whilst you may not be able to chase down the AM title, you've gone from what was P12 in the AM class going into today to provisionally now being in what is, I do believe, P8. And you're very quickly chasing down what could be even an opportunity to finish inside the top 5, depending on how results go. I mean, we've got 2 rounds to go. Are you feeling right now there could be a top 5 on the cards, or are you just taking it round after round?
I mean, if I can get a top 5 with missing 2 races, I'll take it. I mean, I definitely will be going for it. I think I showed the speed and that I can make podiums.
Oh, most definitely. And well, in terms of showing speed, we head to the home of horsepower, which is Sandown next week. How are you feeling for a visit there for our penultimate round?
I've just got that track too. I haven't even drove it, so it's going to be a learning curve quick. And then I'm looking forward to Bathurst, which is going to be a very tight track, definitely. I don't know anything about Sandown though.
Well, that's absolutely fair. A learning experience to come. But with that, Dylan, just before we do let you go, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out or a thank you to live on the broadcast tonight?
Yeah, again, my parents for getting me into racing, even though this is definitely not the style racing I grew up around. My wife for watching this and rooting me on. My friend also who did my new paint scheme today for Nordy Designs, rotation, P1 racing simulators, and Adapt. They definitely having the friends cheer you on is definitely fun to have, and family and friends to do that is even better.
Oh, 100%. I agree with you there. Having all that support around you, and what it definitely shows, because we've definitely seen your wife in the chat rooting you on and cheering you on throughout. And Dylan, I think you've definitely captured the hearts of many a fan of the AM class, because your performances are getting stronger and stronger each week. Will we see you go to even new heights at Sandown? That'll be the big question we'll look forward to seeing you answer. But until then, thank you for your time this evening, and congratulations once again on that great performance, particularly in race number 3.
All right, thank you, Paul.
All the best. So hearing there from our final interview, Dylan Hunter, and he just sounds so positive, but he also, I must say, ladies and gents, he does sound quite tired after putting in those performances, and well, who can blame him? Qualifying didn't quite work out the way he wanted it to, and in the end P40, but missing a good chunk of qualifying as well, as he openly admitted, and what that essentially meant was that he was always going to start on the back foot. Race number 1, where it was about which tyre did you pick? Did you pick the dry tyre and therefore had to change midway through, or did you go with the wet and have to manage it until the crossover point when the rain arrived? Dylan went with the dry tyre, had to make the change, wasn't the right tyre, but still picked up a decent result of P6 in class out of it and a P36. Race number 2, it was over after 2 laps, finished a lap down, but still got to the end of the race. And race 3, where you could see the shackles were off, and he immediately went for it. Okay, a bit of an altercation with one of his prime rivals, I believe it was Russell Fowler, and they talked about that after the race, and it may go to the stewards, but that's after the fact. And as you could see there, no hesitation, keep your head down, keep on going. And chasing down what was that podium in the AM class, and in the end finding it most certainly, but all the way from start to finish, throwing everything at it, and that's what we love to see. And well, he may not have any experience at Sandown, but I suspect that practice will be coming, and when we go to Bathurst as well, looking forward to that given how tight the circuit is. Could we see Dylan Hunter, despite missing 2 rounds, could we see him spring a surprise and perhaps take a top 5 in the AM Championship when all is said and done? Well, I think many will be rooting for him too, and it's not impossible. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our post-round interviews with our drivers there. And you've heard just now from Dylan Hunter for DH Racing in the AM class in the 26. We previously heard firstly from Michael Lees in the 55 for JWM Motorsport as our Prime driver. And we also heard there from Luca Monroe for United Sim Team. Listed as a Prime class driver, but for the purposes of today, actually an AM class driver in number 56 there. Congratulations to all three of our drivers on their performances at Thruxton today. And a big thank you to them all for joining me in the interview room. But with that, it does mean now we once again turn our attentions to what is our provisional championship standings after round number 8. We start with the overall top 15 Drivers' Championship. And here we can see the impact of the results today. And whilst both drivers scored poorly in race number 1, Mikey Doble's performances in races 2 and 3 mean he's extended his advantage, and now with a gap amounting to the best part there, where it's 85 points. In theory, he could wrap up a 4th title, what would be Sandown in a week's time. He'd need a great set of results to do it, but if Mikey can put it together, it could all be done before we get to Bathurst. Meanwhile, Jaroslaw Cebula will now know the gauntlet that he faces. He needs perfection in a week's time at Sandown, nothing less, and that will be the challenge that confronts him. Andrew Pike moves up to P3. He's only where's the best part there of what is 16 points ahead of Jamie Drew, but the fight for P3 is on, and Pike is definitely the driver now in the control seat for it, but Jamie Drew will not let him go. Neither will Adam Delmont, the two joint on 646 points. Dory only ahead of Delmont based on result countback, and Benjamin McCluskey a further 9 points behind. We have got a 4-way fight for 3rd place on our hands right now, and that's not including a William Guthrie, who sits in P7 a further, 21 afield. There's a sizable gap to Dan Mould after that altercation between himself and Wojciech Swiderich in race 2, and then subsequently an early retirement in race number 3. It does mean now he falls out of the theoretical hunt for what is at least P3, but he could still play a key element in the hunt for the top 5. But he will have Isaac Doble, Ben Altriet and Gavin Gardner all chasing after him, with Gardner falling to P11 there after a difficult race number 3, and having to be wary of the fact that Nick Clemens is not too far behind, nor is Lee Horn. Speaking of Lee Horn, there's some great heroics and overtakes from Horn today, and we'll be looking forward to plenty more from him at Sandown. And then Stuart Winus in P14, and the leading Prime driver overall there, only 1 point ahead of Alex Meredith, who continues to hold on to P15. And then coming on to the Prime class, and as we see here, the top 15 in the Prime class has Stuart Winus now 60 points ahead of Ben Gregory. The points coming to Winus first and foremost today, particularly with that win in race number 2 versus Ben Gregory. It was consistent, but things did slip away in race number 3, and that's where the delta has come from. Kieran Smart moves up to P3, and whilst he ruled himself out of championship contention, Track Scotland are definitely potentially on the course here for a 1-2 if Smart can continue this run of form, and Winus can also maintain his form at the top of the standings, and that is going to be a big question mark, with Russell Fowler falling into 4th place on 783, and then there's only a gap of what is 16 points there to Reese White in P5 in a top 5 battle that's getting tighter, and Stuart Winus at the head of the field just needs to stay one step ahead. We can see Sam Van Olst as well in P6, only a further 14 afield, with Matthew Sheraton 2 off of him, and Michael Lees a further 7 points away. It's anybody's guess who's going to be finishing inside this top 5 by the end of the season, and that's what makes this Prime class so fascinating. With Alan McCain and Lewis Delmont separated by 13 points in the battle for P9, it seems like they've got their own little battle to get through, with Sam Bradley's great run of form today moving him to P11, and interestingly, Bradley now could be on course for a top 10 finish by the end of the season, and indeed he could be looking to usurp his SRL NXTGEN Gold teammate of Lewis Delmont. Sam Smith has fallen to P12, the Irish esports driver continuing to find difficulty, with Duncan Rise a sizable, what is there, the best part of 63 points away, and the Goldwyn Motorsports driver now having to look more behind him towards Jake Pitt and James Mazurskow, who are gradually creeping closer. That's the top 15 of the Prime class, and then coming to the AM class, we can see here the leader of Marcel Fritsch. Well, how a week can turn things the opposite way. He went into this round with a 143 point advantage. It has been slashed in half practically, given the results did not come his way at all. Gabriel Uaz, meanwhile, stays P2. Lewis Mason, 3 points behind him, and Jonathan Collins falls a little bit further out of reach of the top 3 with a 30 point advantage over Sammy Ariba. Mark Sykes moves to P6 after that result in race number 3, really giving him a huge points injection ahead of Eduardo Gonzaga, who keeps himself in the hunt for a top 5 finish. And then we do see Dylan Hunter moves to P8, and as we spoke to him earlier, well, he's not going to rule anything out and perhaps can work some magic to get into the top 5. Craig Tillotson sits P9, what is 11 points ahead of Josh Brown, with Brown not on the grid today. We do miss him and hope to see him back in a week's time. Andy Chell moves towards the top 10 there, now into P11. And it's Sean Doby, Kevin Smith, Jonathan Berry, Callum Murray, and Gabriel Papaconstantou who complete the AM Championship standings. But last but by no means least, we come to the Teams Championship, and as we can see, NXTGEN Pink today not scoring as big as some of their rivals, and therefore their advantage has been slightly reduced down to what is their 455 points. But still, it is a considerable advantage, and should they get a good score on the board at Sandown, it could mean that NXTGEN Pink will become your team's champions for the 5th season in a row. Doble Sim Racing will give chase, with SO and NXTGEN Gold holding on to P3, but look at Full Tilt Motorsport in the fact that they continue to also stay close within reach, 130 points or so, 125 to be specifically, off of Doble Sim Racing. It is a top 2 fight now, or a top 3 fight I should say, which will only get better between the trio of teams, particularly if NXTGEN Pink are able to run off into the distance and leave them behind. In P5 it's the Sim Racing Collective on 907 points off of the leaders, 950 there is their total, but they do have a rather slim advantage over NXTGEN Orange Whiskey Runners, Goldwyn Motorsport, and also iRacing Esports there. And Track Scotland still have an outside chance to break their way into a top 7 finish, as do Aztec Racing, as the fight between those two teams for P9, well, with the best part there of what is 69 points between them, it is getting closer and closer, and this team's championship is the closest it's ever been when you exclude the leaders. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for us to wrap up. Thank you very much for watching, and if you have enjoyed today's show, and perhaps you're sat there right now wanting to know more about the NXTGEN Racing community in terms of what we do and the series we run, well, firstly, we do recommend you head to our official website. That's at nextgenracing.co.uk, and as our website appears on screen now, it is the home of clean and fair sim racing for all, and there's never been a better time to become part of the NXTGEN Racing community, as we go from strength to strength, and we'd love to have you as part of that picture, whether you be a rookie making your debut in sim racing all the way through to a fully fledged esports professional. There's a place for you on the grid at NXTGEN Racing. But if you don't want to go to our website, or perhaps join the official Discord, which is linked there on our website, well, you can of course go to our official Facebook group, and that's at facebook.com/groups/NXTGEN Racing. We can find out a little bit more about the guys and girls behind the scenes that make up the NXTGEN staff and admin team, in terms of not just what they do on the virtual circuit, but also what they do on the real world circuit, where a good number of our staff and admin members being track marshals, race stewards, if not real life racing drivers. I'd also like to take a moment to say a big thank you to our sponsors, who include PowerMaxed, Next Level Racing, Mark Sykes Designs, Joyce Design, Douglas Motorsport, Sam Cater's UK, Only Racing, Falconer PC Builds and Support, Benji Sim Photos, and last but not least, the leading Honda motorcycle dealers in the UK, Doble Motorcycles. And if you're looking for your next machine on 2 wheels or your ATV to be powered by the power of dreams that is Honda, then why not look any further than Doble Motorcycles. Their web address is doble.co.uk, and you will not find a better family-run business that prides itself on customer service, and it definitely shows in the quality of product and service you'll receive. And well, you'll definitely be looking for your best possible opportunity to get your hands on a 2-wheeled machine or ATV by Honda by going to Doble Motorcycles. But with that, ladies and gentlemen, we turn our attentions to our penultimate round, and in round number 9 of 10 on Tuesday the 4th of February 2025, we head to the home of horsepower that is Sandown in Australia for the commencement of our double header down under. Sandown is a circuit that's featured on the NXTCC calendar multiple times, and it has always led to incredibly tight and close racing over its short circuit length. But who will be the one to keep all the horses in check and come out victorious there before heading to Bathurst for our season finale? Will join us next Tuesday to find out. But until then, we've been NXTGEN Racing. I've been your host and commentator, Paul TX141 Walsh, also known as Britain Spit, depending on what media you follow me on. And until next time, remember to stay safe, stay well, stay smiling, and most importantly, as always, remember to stay on track. Good night. Thank you for tuning in. Until next time, that's all from us here at NXTGEN Racing, the home of clean and fair sim racing for all.